And we are back once again. The Adventures of Vokul Kriid. Episode, what we got? Episode 16 now. Yeah, we've been doing this for a minute. I say a minute like it's been a long time. We haven't even been doing this a year yet. But anyways, no, we've been, 16 weeks plus. 60, yeah, plus. Actually, we've been doing this a lot longer than that. Yeah. That just blows my mind every time I think about that. So let us see here. I believe Mist, you're up, buddy. What happened last episode?
What did happen last episode?
Well, tell me something good, or I'm gonna tell you something bad. No, I was playing.
We went underground. I got a potion and healed, and very quickly over time almost lost all of that health to heat of the underground. So fuck the cave.
Yeah. Fucking hate volcanoes, man. Or not volcanoes, just lava.
Found little lightning bugs that we thought were cool, and then we ran, and then they attacked us. Biz and Aaron almost went to go find a shiny object, and then decided it was not worth playing hopscotch over pools of lava to get the said shiny object. And then Biz miraculously said the right thing, so that way we were not all cleaved into fine flame giant weapons. We were then handed a luxurious, quite awesome chest that Mercer decided to open, and thanks to him, we have now all aged 5 years.
I haven't even fixed that yet.
The only one it doesn't mean jack shit to is Aaron, because 5 years to her is like...
Same thing with gnomes. Gnomes could be like 300 years old, dude.
Well, fine. Fuck the gnome, too. The rest of us normal folk are, aged quite significantly.
Yeah.
We then closed the chest, wrapped it up with 100 plus feet of rope, slept, woke up, all found ourselves invigorated and possibly able to have learned something in our dreams of how to be a better person. We leveled up. We then had a giant come at us and beat the absolute shit out of Biz.
But she didn't
we
fall.
Killed it. And then a small child cried. We all had terrible, terrible PTSD to somebody being served tea that was made out of people. We then found out it was someone from Biz's home, as the town has been taken over by 2 Dragonborn, which really makes me question the ability of gnomes to be a fighting race if 2 Dragonborn are able to take over an entire town. But that's neither here nor there right now. But the 2 Dragonborn have taken over. Part of Biz's family is missing. And 2 random gnomes were just smashed together like an 80s brain on drugs commercial.
Pretty much.
And left to just, kind of just chill and be left to their thoughts in the middle of the street.
Their thoughts got really dirty.
Yeah.
They landed on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Ew, that's so
Everybody
gross.
was able to see their innermost thoughts.
That's it.
And that was it. Oh, Biz also got this weird belt that if you pour a potion into it, it might save your ass. Or it might break, either way, because it's not Amish made, so it's not the best. But it'll do a pinch, maybe. Or not.
It might just stab me.
That's true. But remember, you can put any kind of potion into that. It doesn't have to be a healing potion. It could be any kind of vial kind of thing.
Yes,
It is
but who's
currently
gonna?
loaded with one.
Oh, let's
right?
put a
It is
potion
loaded
of
with
speed in here, and then I die, and then it pops a potion of speed, which hastens my death. No.
Could be a potion of invisibility, so when she dies, the enemy can't find her, and neither can we.
Perfect.
Wouldn't that be some
Perfect.
shit? Wouldn't that
Don't-
be some shit?
Just
Like, you can't
vanishes,
have
she
any
falls
of
down,
my-
just poof.
Everybody just sees
You can't have
Carrick
any of my
mindlessly
items.
start casting heal everywhere. Like, where is she go?
Leave me undead. You can't loot my body. Don't even try. You can't find me.
Well, how about this? You'll know if it didn't work if the invisibility wears off if a person is dead or unconscious. So technically, the invisibility wouldn't take effect.
Oh.
You can also activate it whenever you want. So if you're just in a panic situation, you can just
Yeah.
invisible.
Bonus action:
Okay,
activate the
okay.
belt.
I would like to make note as I was going through my notes. Before I went to bed, or no, as I woke up, the sunrise reminded me of home.
Yep.
That line I wrote down specifically. I was like, oh, that's good. I feel happy about that. Don't know why I need to write that down.
It reminded you of
It
home
was important.
Because you were
It's
10 minutes away.
because you were only
I
10,
was less
10
than
minutes from home.
yeah. I was like right around the corner.
God, this
Yep.
looks so
Probably
familiar.
Right. Well, it's been X amount of time. I'm not saying how long it's been, but it's just been X amount of time since Biz has been home.
Okay.
But that was very, very good, Mist. If you do not have inspiration, you may have a point. Actually, you guys don't even really use the inspiration that much. I don't know what you got. Do you have a point? You already had a point of inspiration, didn't you?
I think I did. It wasn't on my sheet, so I just put it there now. But I mean, you want to hand me something else other than inspiration?
Yeah. I think what we're going to start doing then, I think I'm going to stop handing out inspiration for this. I think what I'm going to start doing is giving out fury points instead. So you can get your fury abilities
would be
back
good.
faster.
Not that I've ever used that either, but that would be great.
So I'm going to do that. You guys can still earn inspiration. If you guys role played very well or you did something I really like, I'll give you inspiration. But I'm going to stop handing out inspiration for this. I'm going to start giving you fury points.
Or just XP, like straight XP would just be fine. I'm good.
But we milestone. XP doesn't
Or
mean shit.
gold. Gold would be nice. Just you get
You just appear into the game. All right, and we start. Bam! Why is there 100 gold in my hand? Sweet. In.
Since we're talking about gold, I was
Mist, you
going
may-
through my
you
character
get
sheet.
4 points of inspiration, or inspiration of that.
Jesus.
Or you know what? No, I'm gonna change that up. We're gonna use a D20 instead for
Ooh, very
narrating.
nice.
I'll roll a D20 instead, and we'll see what happens.
DM rolls.
Much better, an 11. So you get 11 fury points. Okay.
Will you, DM, recap again? I know we talked about it off stream, but where is everybody exactly? Because I have a feeling that Mist and
Everybody's inside the house
Maybe-
still. Because what had happened was at the very end, after you heard the explosion, your mother opened the door slowly, and then everybody kind of just started looking out. But nobody left the building. Everybody is still in your home. And she just opened the door, and then you all witnessed / heard everything happen. And then the Dragonborn, the red Dragonborn who was there, which I messed up and didn't describe what this person looked like, so I'm going to say it now. He was a red Dragonborn, approximately 6'8" tall, fairly tall. I mean, Dragonborn are usually kind of tall, but they can be short. 6'8" tall, has his tail, and is equipped with a full plate mail kind of thing is the best way to describe it. He's heavily armored, black armor. He had a sword on his hip, and let me make sure I'm describing everything correctly. I forgot to open this thing up. But yeah, red Dragonborn, black armor, like fully armored. The only thing that's not armored really is his face and hands. The he does have a sword on his hip. As far as like equipment wise, that's all you can really see. He was 100 feet away, but you can definitely see he is armed, obviously. Here we go. With a couldn't really see any, like if he had any scars or markings like that. 100 feet away, it's kind of hard to tell. Maybe get a little bit closer, inevitably, maybe, and you'll see that if he does. But he also does carry a shield that was on his back that you really noticed as he turned around and started walking back into the cave. You see a shorter shield, probably a little bit bigger than yours, Biz. But this one, again, is black with a gold trim around it. Very, very dark. This person does not give off a very good vibe. Very evil. But his armor did, again, being black, but it was outlined with, looks like green, like veins kind of going around it and everything you can kind of see, and it pulsed a little bit. So you could see it like he had like some EL wire kind of thing going on a costume where it just slowly turned on and slowly faded off and slowly turned on and slowly faded off. That was kind of easy to see. And then, again, he turned around and you saw he had a cloak on his back with a shield. And he just started walking back into the cave.
And he said his name, or we learned that from my mom?
You learned that from your mom. That was Edgiak.
Idyak.
Edgiak. Edgiac. And the other one was Mozu. Mozzu. And you remember learning
he
that
looks
obviously
too far away to like immediately attack, and he's turning back into the mine.
I mean, you could have. You guys have. Some of you can reach out and touch somebody at well over 100 feet, but he's already walked back into the cave at this point, so you've already lost sight of him. And with that, you guys can pick it up where you left off. I will start it with this then. I'll start it off. Your mother is crying profusely at this point. Everybody in the home is very angry at the sight of what just transpired. Your sister's mother and brother are just not. I can't even say they're not even surprised by this. It's like they're almost becoming numb to this, as your people being treated wrongly and unfairly at this point is just starting to become commonplace. And you'd probably feel a bit saddened that your younger siblings have to witness this kind of torment and disrespect and just all the adjectives that you could possibly think of for evil, that they have to go through this and witness this.
I will close the door and turn to kind of everyone and say, I believe some of you are planning. We have to do something about this immediately. Sarani, is there anything that they normally do? Or Aistia, is there anything can we do to help them? Obviously, they're beyond healing the people that were out there, but is it safe to go get the bodies? What normally happens here?
You said Aricia and Sarami, your sisters?
Yeah, Sarani, the two younger ones, but I think Aistia is the healer, right? Yeah, she's a cleric.
Repeat your question one more time. You said you asked them what precisely?
What they normally do. Obviously, this has been going on for far too long.
When you say they, you mean the Dragonborn? When you mean they,
yes,
who are you talking about?
Yes, they and everybody else. Like when this happens, can we go get the bodies? Can we find the families? Can we mourn, or do we just hide?
Ah, okay. with that question, your two younger siblings just kind of look at each other and very timidly and very quietly. They're like, when they're not around, they really don't care what we do with the dead as long as we still keep working. So as long as we're not seen not working, they don't seem to care because they do not know. So whenever this kind of thing happens, which doesn't really happen very often any longer, it did at first when we tried to stand against them. But it seems we can go and retrieve their corpses. And they start to get upset at this point. They're
We'll
becoming
take
a bit.
care
They're
of that.
becoming a bit hardened to this, but they still can't really get 100% get used to that. Seeing friends and family getting killed.
Yeah, and they're still young. We'll take care of it. I'm here now. I'm sorry I ever left. But we'll make it right. To the best of our abilities. Okay, so we can go get the bodies when we go out there, and maybe pass them off to some others before we go. So they're not trampled or further abused. But Carrick, Miss, do you have any plans? Mercer, Aaron, I mean anybody. Does anybody have any kind of plan?
I don't know, Miss Biz. I have so many things swirling inside my head right now. Mozu is a really bad dude. I don't think we should. Obviously, this needs to end. That is a given. But I don't know if we are ready for what I remember of Mozu.
You remember Mozu? Where did you know Mozu?
We used to run together a few times,
That's encouraging.
but
Okay.
it is never any interaction I have ever had with that fucker has never been good. As pirates go, he is the absolute worst.
Do you know what he can do? Is he just strong? Does he have magic? Is he in some sort of cult? Do we have any insight
you never saw
into
Mozu.
defenses?
You never saw Mozu use any type of magic, but he is strong.
What I could say is that, from what I remember of my interactions, and he could have grown in power since then, because this is years and years ago, he was a bruiser more than anything, no magic that I can recall. But again, that was a long time ago.
Okay,
And his
well,
friend I have never seen before. I know nothing about him. So that's a unknown entity. But I have an idea.
that's what we need.
I
Go
have
ahead.
2 ideas. One, I'm not too. All right. I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of either of them. But one or all of us could go out there as a rival pirate crew and try and scare him off. Not, yeah. Or they did say something about who left the vicinity. Miss Biz, if you trust me, I could say that I captured you trying to leave the village and try and get in with them.
So does he have a good impression of you? Is that why your old pirate buddy? How does he feel about you? Because if he doesn't like you, then I don't think that's gonna work.
It's a toss-up of a coin. It's been years, and back then it wasn't a favorable view, but he may not even remember me now.
And I look to Biz's family, and I do not remember all of their names. So I'm just gonna say this in general.
Because they never said
You
their names.
I thought she said her a couple of her siblings'
My
names
two
out loud.
sisters.
Just
while
now she
talking.
did.
I
Just-
did just now, but yeah.
Mhm. Her
Um,
two sisters, Sarami and Orissa, or Orisia, however you pronounce it.
and I'll look at all of them and just be like, do you know of a time when only one of them appears? Because if we can get one separated from the other, it would make it so much easier.
Oh, they usually work together, not to say side by side, but I mean they do separate, obviously.
Um,
As you just saw, we did not see the one called Mozu, but
yeah.
you just saw Edgiak. Who knows where Mozu was at this point? But my guess is, again, right now, I know two. I can think of two things. That being, one, they definitely don't feel threatened, as both of them did not appear. But two, they know you're here. They don't know who is here, but they know you're here, as they had set up some kind of magic that none of us had ever seen before around the town, and they can sense living beings that walk through the border of the town.
Set it up.
I'm sorry?
Set it up.
You're,
If we're saying that Muzu
Huh.
doesn't do any magic, then is it his partner?
oh, Edgiak, yes. Edgiak knows magic.
Okay, so what we're dealing with we're dealing with a coin that works in tandem. We are dealing with a duo that we are going to have to pick off. If we fight them head on, the 5 of us versus the 2 of them, we're fucked.
Do you think you're that strong? I'm not trying to say you're not, but in honesty, sir, I don't know who you all are. It's just, from what I've seen, I know how powerful they are. They are stronger than anything any of us have ever seen before. It is otherworldly.
There is a level of compassion that Mist has. Right now, it is out the window after watching 2 people get their head smashed in.
Right.
He just kind of looks around and says, no offense to anyone that's currently in this home. You let 2 people come into your entire town and run amok.
I would watch your tone in my house, Mist. Accusations don't fly here. If you can't be helpful, keep your mouth shut.
Is that the tone you want to take with me right now? Is that what you want? Because I literally just said it's either we take them on one by one or we split them up. Because if we take them on, the 5 of us against the 2 of them, obviously we're fucked because this entire town isn't able to take the 2 of them on. You want suggestions? You want help? I will help you. For everything you've done for me. Laid your life on the line for me, I will do the same for you. I know nobody in this town except for you. But I will by my fucking self. Unless Carrick's going to go with me. As we're the only 2 stealthiest people here. I will work myself into that mine. I will find where they are. I will scout. Unless, of course, we're going to do...
You see Sarami actually, like, raise her hand, like, legit. Raise her hand as she looks like she wants to say something.
Let's just looks at her.
I know where they're at.
Where?
As I've worked the mines quite a bit.
You've worked the mines, Siorni? Really?
We've all worked the mines. They make us all work, sister. They make us all work. We change jobs here and there, but they make us all work the mines. I think my mother did tell you they are in the lowest chamber, and it's a direct route. If you follow the main railroad system in there for the carts, just do not deviate from the center. It'll lead you directly to where they they like to hold up, because that is where the Mysium was found. So they spend most of their time in that chamber. That's where they are.
That's perfectly helpful. We can add that to our plan. Mist,
Okay.
here. I'll give you some insight in this town. We're not one. What you see is what you get. We don't have a mercenary group. We keep to ourselves. We sell the stone that we can carry out of the mountain, and that is all. So it is not for lack of will or trying or effort that my family and my hometown has been racked with evil. So don't act like they didn't try. We just have to help them. And I'm sorry if I'm a little stressed right now. This wasn't how I wanted to come home.
They did.
So can we make a plan?
We had 3 capable. Our strongest got killed the first day.
Just smirks to himself. So then what's the plan? Because here's the thing. Either we have a plan and we see the light of day at the end of this, or, and Mist looks to himself and he looks to everyone else, after all this time, we're still a bunch of fucking imbeciles, and we let emotion carry us through, and we do something stupid. And I know it pretty much sounds like I'm beating a dead horse right now when I say this, but if there's ever going to be a point where, despite what lingering feelings you might all have about me and how I can conduct business and how everyone else here handles themselves, if we don't work together, if we don't have a solid plan that we all are okay with and will enact, we will fucking die and we'll end up like the 2 of them out in that street.
I agree.
And no offense to this town, this is not where I plan on fucking ending my life.
Mine either.
So,
Okay. All right. So Carrick, I liked the second plan. I don't know. I guess, do we know if they know how many of us there are? Does it detect exactly the number and the race, and do we know the extent of the magic?
Your mother chimes in. I honestly don't know, but if I had to guess, I'd say they don't know the exact populace, but they've been here for a few months, so they probably have a rough guess on how many of us there are.
So if we hold up here, then maybe a few of us can sneak into the mine at night and be down there to ambush them in the morning.
Splitting the party is a bad idea.
I say everybody go down. Carrot comes in with me as...
No. I was letting Carrick say what he wanted to say, and I wasn't going to interrupt him. But I like where his head is at. Stupid fucking idea. Because he just said it. Who knows how he's going to react to Carrick showing up? Carrick said for himself. He really didn't like him. What's how many months, years going to change into making somebody like someone that they hated? And then there's you. They're going to see you. Someone who crossed the plane and escaped and came back. Who's to say you don't wind up missing an arm? Who's to say you don't wind up dead in a street? If we're going to stay in this town, then what has to happen is if your mother is as trusted in this town as you, Biz, are trusted amongst us, we are not staying here. Maybe for tonight. But we need to have a network of homes we can cycle through. Because they are eventually going to start coming and door knocking. and coming in and figuring out who's here and doing head counts. If we can stay at least a night ahead of them, we're fine.
They already do that.
There you go.
So
Especially
they do that alone?
every time someone crosses the plane. At least one of them normally come out while the other watches the workers.
That
One
is
of them
perfect.
normally comes out and will ask for the entire town to gather.
How long does it take before they do that, on average?
You see Biz's mom kind of like close her eyes and think. Usually it's not that long, but it usually only happens if somebody crosses the plane, and usually one of us gets punished. But it seems they've already punished, so now they need to do the head count. They don't exactly count, it seems, because I don't think anybody can count that fast. They just kind of put on a show. It's probably the easiest way I could put it.
Where do they gather you, and is there decent hiding
Outside the mine.
spots nearby?
Outside the mine entrance, where you just saw it, Gyak.
Is there any decent hiding spots out there and if we hide there and another gnome walks past and sees us, are they going to rat us out, or is everyone still in the same mindset? Is anybody too afraid?
Anybody's too afraid to say anything to them.
Okay. So it seems like the best thing is if we hide out when the next one appears to do the head count, we can ambush them.
You probably only have a few minutes.
And
it normally is not too long before one of them come out and call to the others, or call to the town to gather.
Okay. And you guys live around here, so you've seen stone giants that are up in the mountains?
We see them. They normally leave us be. They usually only come down if food is scarce.
Are you guys familiar with how strong they are?
Very.
Yeah. I don't know if this helps you figure out how strong we are compared to them, the two Dragonborns here, but we killed a stone giant in like less than 12 seconds just before we came here.
Wow, you all are strong.
So if you had to compare those two Dragonborns individually against a stone giant, I'm assuming they'd win, but how close would you say it is, if you have an idea?
I'm not one for combat, sir. None of us really are, so it's hard to tell. I'm sorry. But I'll put it to you this way. Our three strongest didn't last a minute against them. Only a few
And
seconds.
how do they compare against a stone giant?
We never have to really fight the stone giants.
Look.
A few distractions and throw them a goat, and they normally leave us alone.
Mercer, let me ask you this, because I want to make sure what you're saying is what I'm hearing. You want for everybody to be gathered in front of the mine for when they do this head count, correct? You want Mozu and this other guy to be out, and then they do the head count, and you want us to ambush them, correct? That's what you're saying?
No, they just said one of them comes out to do the head count, and they yell out at the center of the mine, gather everyone. We ambush them before the gnomes come out, so they're not caught in the crossfire. One of them's out there. The gnomes aren't out yet because they're yelling for the head count, but the gnomes haven't come out. At least they're separated.
They keep 3 people captive. They take 3 people captive every day to ensure that there are no riots or uprisings.
That's
and
true.
They've killed 2 of those 3.
Right.
So if we wait another day, they're going to just get 3 more people, and then we have 3 more lives on the line. At least now we only have 1 life that we're risking if we take this on today. Or now.
He looks at Biz. He looks at Mercer. You have 1 life that you know of. And there's nothing that stops them from doing anything to anybody else in this town. Now, we were just told they have their own spot in the bottom of the mine. If Carrick and I can go scout that out, I assume they're living in some sort of area that nobody else can get into. Like a small hut that we use at night, or a building, or something with a door, something that locks, something that is prevented from people to come in and try to do something.
There actually is.
Okay, so
At the end of the mine that leads to where we found the Mysium, there is a small hole that leads down, that a ladder is there, and they have had us install just a like a door, a trap door essentially, and they lock it when we're not working, but it's only locked for about 4 hours as we are working nearly 20 hours a day.
do you know how big that room is?
Very big.
Hmm.
The chamber, the last chamber is, I mean, if I had to guess, I've only been in there once myself, and it was when it all first started. I would say it's a fairly big room as far as maybe 100 feet long by anywhere from 10 to 20 feet wide. It's just very long.
Okay, and that's where they...
That's where they hold the prisoners.
Okay, that's where they hold the prisoners. Where do they reside?
Same place.
Same place.
There's a
then
big. They have us take. It's very peculiar that you would think that someone would want this rare material mined. They would want it brought out of the mines and brought somewhere, but that doesn't seem to be the case. They take all of the Mysium that we harvest and mine and throw it down a hole that they had us dig. A very deep hole. It's very peculiar. And unfortunately, they had 5 of us dig the hole, and we never saw those 5 again. So none of us know how deep it is. They seem to be throwing this Mysium, as they call it, into this hole, and none of us know where it goes.
And it has some kind of power, this Mysium?
It's what they said. They said this holds some kind of power. None of us know of it. None of us have ever seen this before.
Is there anything else that you've run into in the mines, or is it clear? Because we just...
I mean, every once in a while you get before all this happened, I mean, Biz, you would know, every once in a while maybe a wolf would maybe wander in, or maybe some bats here and there, but nothing crazy. There's been no, like, goblins or orcs, anything like that.
Bullets or anything else? Cave dwelling?
No. None.
Is there any connection from the surrounding range that we could sneak in through?
No, this is the only entrance into the mine.
So what I'm hearing are our options are, if we do this now, we hopefully ambush one, the other one will probably do something with the one hostage, or if it has more, I don't know how they do that.
And everybody else in the mine.
Yeah. And we at least take them separate. If we do it the other way, we wait for our time, you get to do your scouting. Even if we went to their room, which you were just saying scouting it, but even if we ambush them in their room, there's still going to be 3 lives. I don't see a way of us doing this without some danger of other lives. Because no matter where we go, the gnomes are pretty much everywhere in this town and in the mines. There isn't a good spot to take them out.
Okay, then we go.
Can we get everyone out? Can we spend the
That'll
next
be
hour
suspicious.
while they're getting out?
You all don't
I
have
mean,
an
at
hour.
least...
Yeah, we got a minute,
You have
maybe
a few minutes. You have a few minutes or a few moments. I mean, it's up to them. Sometimes they're here in 5 minutes. Sometimes they're here in about 30. But that seems to be the longest after someone tries to leave. It just depends if somebody was busy or not, I guess. I honestly do not know. They don't really have a schedule.
And they pull everybody out of the mines as well, or is it just everyone who's
Everyone
not
who's in town. Everyone who's not in the mines. No, they don't. The ones who are working, they don't ever stop.
So the person who comes out just walks out of the mines, yells at everyone to come to a head count.
And he puts on a show, and if anybody opens their mouth, they get dealt with, so to speak.
Does anyone have a way to be invisible, lie in wait, and maybe we can ambush the one and get him taken out before the other one realizes?
I'm not invisible, and Mist will kind of do a little jaunt, and while his armor makes a bit of a sound, everyone would kind of notice that there is no sound coming from his feet. I can move pretty fucking quietly.
I cannot.
Well, we
Trash
have.
at moving quietly.
And if there's a tree or anything that's climbable, I can scale that.
You would have noticed that near the entrance of the mine, there are no trees, like right near the entrance. But I mean, there is a rock face above it, obviously. And
If there's something scalable,
yeah, you can easily just climb the rock face of the mine entrance. That's not a problem.
if it's scalable,
Definitely.
I can climb it. I can hide.
I feel like we all need to be in position for this. And I pull out the scroll and I say, this can make us stealthier. It's the scroll of Pass Without a Trace. So that we can all go. But we have to go now, because if they come out and they're not, or if they come out before we're ready, then gnomes will start heading to there, and he'll see us coming from 100 feet away. Okay, I'm just gonna use the Pass Without a Trace because nobody's speaking.
How long does it last? 10 minutes?
And I actually don't have stats for that spell. Let me Google that.
Concentration up to 1 hour.
There you go. So it lasts an hour.
But it's a scroll, so does it
So it'll
automatically
last an
last, or is it still?
It's still concentration,
Yeah.
but once
It just doesn't burn his spell slot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. That's all that does. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna use it so we all have plus 10 to stealth as long as they stay within. Is it 30 feet?
Correct. They have to stay within 30 feet of you.
Mm-hmm.
We have to stay within 30 feet once we go out, or is it just casting within casting time?
Nope, it's stay within 30 feet.
If you move farther than 30 feet away from Mercer, the Pass Without a Trace will not work. If you guys want to take stealth checks past that point, then you guys, it will not work against you or for you.
Biz knows the town well enough to be able to know where a decent hiding spot is near the mine, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The only hiding spots that you would know of is scaling. What I was just telling Mist is either scaling up and being up above and watching somebody maybe come out of the mine, as there are no buildings or trees next to the entrance. There is the occasional boulder here and there, anywhere from like big rock like a foot tall to like 3 feet tall. And those are kind of scattered about just around the entrance of the cave, but that's about it as far as like shrubbery, trees, constructed things. There's really not a lot there.
What's the closest building to it? How far away is the closest building to it?
That would be, you would have noticed that the house you're in is fairly close. It's one of the closest buildings there. And then there's 2 buildings to the right. If you were to walk out the front door, there's 2 buildings to your right. It's probably 2 other people's homes, and they're maybe just a little bit closer. Not by much.
So we could get maybe at most 50 feet from the mouth of the cave.
It'd probably be like 60 or 70 feet close.
Well, we still have to go do. We don't really have time to think, because time will just make this more difficult and might cause more lives. So, we'll go to the closest. I'm gonna start walking away after that, trying to be stealthy. Well, I'm gonna peek out the door to make sure I don't see him coming out of the mines first.
No, you do not. No perception check needed. You don't. You just look out the door, and your passive perception is high enough that you can easily just see that there's nobody near the mines, with the exception of the two bodies are now in the middle of being moved by two other gnomes, just kind of like picking them up and dragging them away, and they seem to be sobbing. So the two bodies that are there are going to be probably completely out of your way in about a minute.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say, I guess we go to the closest side of the building that's towards it, and then people from the range can try and restrain him. I know that I can do something for that, and we rush up and take care of him.
I mean, that's all we've got now, and now's our most likely our best time to get any kind of advantage on them. Otherwise, we risk more people. Is that your thought, Mist, or are we better just hiding and wait until I don't know what?
Sure
I don't know
seems
until
dead
what.
set on trying to split them up, which makes sense, except for if there is one captive plus however many people are working in the mine. Well, we all know that Mercer is able to talk to us and have us be able to respond. There is nothing, we know nothing about these two that suggests that they couldn't or that they could. Which means the moment we start fighting, something happens, everybody in that mine gets fucked.
My spell only works within 120 feet, and I'm pretty sure that mine is much bigger than that.
What?
So if we kill him quietly enough and we don't make a big enough fuss, we could maybe get away with running down there and him being unawares. I mean, it's not going to take us long. One-on-one, we take him out.
And if they have a way to communicate, then no matter what we do, they're going to do it anyway. So worrying about that, we can't stop that.
You know, it seems like you have your mind made up about how you want this. And people are having
Is
their
there
mind wanting to do this now.
if there's another way, I'm open to it.
The
If
other,
you'd like to catch
the
them
other
at
way-
night while they're sleeping, or
the other way is trying to figure out how to use that trapped room against them. Because it doesn't become an issue of we're trapped outside. It becomes the issue of they're trapped inside.
And at the very minimum, 3 people will die for that. 3 gnomes that they have captive in there with them.
1, because 2 of them are already dead.
well, that's if we wait. If we wait
That-
to make sure that they're both inside, by the time that we get to them again, they would have had 3
Mhm.
captives again. It's tomorrow at the earliest, once we go and investigate, mostly at night, once the mine is clear and nobody's guarding the outside, unless there is somebody guarding the outside, I don't know.
Dia, may I interrupt as your mother speaks up? Whenever they decide to kill one of the captives, if that was, I don't honestly know if two of the two that had just perished are the captives, but let's just say hypothetically speaking, if they were, they just grabbed 2 more and replaced them.
So they'd probably grab that during the head count right away, if it was the captives.
Or somebody from the mines, just whoever was closest to whatever they were feeling that day. They may come out and grab 2 more from us. If not, they might have grabbed 2 of the workers. Who's to say? They've done it both ways. So, I mean, there is a chance that there's still only 1 captive there, but there's also a chance that there still is 3. Who's to say they actually use those captives? Maybe they just grabbed 2 from the mines. They don't have a way of doing things other than by force and by scaring us.
Here's what I'll say. If the same one comes out, if Edgiak comes out, we know he's a martial weapon fighter.
No, that guy was the one that had magic.
So
'Cause
Mozu
Mozu-
came out. He was the red dragon. Red Dragonborn.
Edgiak is the red dragonborn that was armed to the freaking teeth with a sword and the armor. You guys have not
Okay.
seen Mozu.
Okay, so yes, if Edgiak comes out, who is the same one we just saw.
Edgiak is the one that you were just told. Edgiak knows magic.
Wait,
Mozu doesn't.
No, Mozu knows magic.
No, Mozu
No.
is his friend who doesn't know magic, or not friend, but old acquaintance.
But I thought you said he had a sword and a shield, and he didn't. know.
Magic
does.
users can use that.
Oh, okay. So Edgiak has magic and a sword and a shield.
Correct.
Okay. But Mozu, the one we didn't see, doesn't do magic. To your knowledge,
From
Carrick.
what?
To Carrick's
Unless
knowledge.
unless
Okay.
he's grown or he just hid magic on the ship. But there's no way of us of knowing that unless
None of
we
us
wait.
have ever seen Mozu use any sort of magic, if that helps.
Yeah. Okay.
Not to
so
say
if
he
Mozu
doesn't,
comes
but we've
out,
never seen it.
his chances, if Mozu comes out, his chances of getting an area effect on a large group of people is small. He's going to be hand-to-hand combat. We can most likely take him out and lessen the damages. But it seems
Mhm.
like Mozu is the one who's keeping track of everyone in the mines. I don't think he's going to be trading off and coming back. So if the magic user comes back out, if Edgiak comes back out, the chances of collateral damage being large with everyone huddled up is
We just gotta
highly
hurry.
likely.
Because I can stop him from casting at least 2 spells. I can interrupt 2 of his things that he does. So we just gotta hurry. And what we do is as soon as he comes out, we rush before the gnomes come out. I doubt gnomes are going to rush into seeing the fight already happen. And if the closest house is 70 feet away, that means that most gnomes will be far away.
So do we even bother with staying by a house, or do we just flatten ourselves against the back of the mountainside and wait for him to come out?
We can try that too. They seem pretty comfortable, so I doubt that he's going to be extremely careful and looking around. But is there a spot to the side of the entrance that is angled enough where he won't see us till he comes out fully?
The
'Cause that's our best bet.
entrance to the mine, as you were, because you guys would have all probably seen this as you guys were witnessed all this happen. You have the entrance to the mine, and then we're just going to say from this view, if you're walking out of the mine, there is, again, no shrubberies, anything like that, no trees, no growth of that. It's just all dirt. There's a few rocks to the right of it, and that's it. There's a few rocks about anywhere from 5 to 30 feet away in a cluster off to the right. They are not big at all. The one in the back is probably about 3 feet tall, if you had to guess. That's it. And it probably just came off of like maybe a bit of a landslide off the top of the mountain.
So if like this is the entrance to the cave, there isn't like it just comes out like that, or
It's completely flat, like coming out
So
the,
that
coming out the
means-
side of the mountain. So as soon as you walk out, you're going to have 180 degrees of view on everything.
but that means that as soon as they walk out, that's the first time that they'll see if like this is the entrance
Correct.
and we're hiding right here.
Correct.
Okay. We can do that and get him the moment he comes out of the mine. We'll be within fighting distance for you, for running to him, and we'll be able to at least keep the gnomes away from him that are in the village. But we got to move fast because we don't know when he's coming out, and if we want to make it there, just to be sure.
Okay, and I'm talking to kind of like my family now, kind of turning to them and just being like, okay, I don't want you in this, but it seems like either way we do this, everyone's going to be in the line of fire, and our best way of saving the most people as possible is to get everyone out of the way.
Okay.
So as soon as the fight starts breaking out, I mean, is there even going to be time though for anybody to start running away?
If they
Do we think-
hear fighting, most likely everyone is either going to stay put or run.
Okay.
Don't
We'll
leave
just-
the village though. If you can try and stop the rest of the gnomes, because if you guys start leaving the village, I don't know how their magic system works, but if the other one down there starts sensing that, he might come up before we finished off the first one. So if you
Yeah,
guys can try
Everyone
your
just
best to
run back
keep
in.
run to the edge of the village, but don't leave.
everyone just go inside their houses and
Mhm.
hunker down and wait.
We'll
So
take care
if
of
you
the
can
rest.
Mom, if you can stay in a safe place and usher people into their homes, and
Yes.
I'll try and yell out and let them know. But if you could do that, I think that's our best bet. Mist, is that acceptable? Are we on board?
We'll
I don't
be
want to.
maybe 10, 20 feet away from them when they walk out. We ambush him before he gets to do something. If he tries to cast spells, I can at least stop a couple of them, hopefully, unless he's casting something well beyond my knowledge, but
Because Mist, you're my temperature check. I don't know if this sounds good or sane, but it seems
Mist,
like all we've got.
Mist just throws his hands up. Y'all have whatever plan it is y'all want to do. I have legitimately said here, we need to scout. We need to gather information. I have said this since the four of us have been a thing. I literally said minutes ago, stop letting emotion run wild. No, let's go take them out now. Let's
How many
let's
people are they going? If they can't find out who
How many
left
more?
and who came, who?
How many more do you want dead?
I mean,
How
that's
many
what
more
I'm
do you want
saying.
dead?
Is
Do
if
you
they
wanna
come out and they can't find
you-
who came and who left, they're
do
just
you-
going to start killing people until somebody fesses up.
No, they're not, because they need workers. They need people to run those mines. They've got there too. If I'm a betting man, they're not taking anyone else out. Maybe one, because I'd do it. But
it might be that they only need one.
to
If
run
they
the mine,
No, if they kill one, if they're doing a head count, they're trying to figure it out. They kill one person, maybe one of the gnomes gets too scared. They don't know us. The only people that know us are the ones in this house right now. Maybe they just want the killing to stop, so they say a bunch of strangers that they don't know walked in. We
have-
don't know how afraid people are. If we risk that, we'll probably be seen or
Okay.
spotted.
then you know what? You take point on this, because I'm literally telling you right now, and Mist will look directly at Carrick. He doesn't even fucking know everything he can do, and he ran with him. Now we have an unknown quantity of someone that we don't know what the fuck they can do. We don't even know which one of them is going to come out to do this head count.
How are we going to know that? By doing
They just
recon?
said that they do
They're
it
gonna be
randomly and they
sleeping.
don't decide. So
Right,
there's
so,
not a pattern.
so what is it then? We hope and pray that it's the fighter. We hope that it's the one that at least myself and one or two other of you are able to actually do some shit to. Because I'm sorry, I know I'm prideful. I know I put on this fucking air of confidence that I can take down anything and anyone. I've literally been fighting things that I can't do shit for damage to. That I'm shooting arrows at, and before they even get there, they're fucking melting. But we're about to go ahead and say, hey, let's walk headlong into a battle against people we have no clue about.
Okay.
All because that seems like the right thing to do. So you know what? You point me. Consider it like this. And honestly, it's been like this for a long time, and I'm just now going to be the one to say it. I'm the arrow. I'm the bow. You point me wherever it is you want to shoot and pull the fucking trigger. Release it. Because that's my role. That's my job.
We've done a lot.
So you put me where you want me to be. I will do everything I can to kill them. So that's so whatever is your decision. Let's go. Because I'm staring at Carrick right now, and Carrick looks like he doesn't know what to do. I'm looking at Aaron. Aaron hasn't said word one, which, again, kind of typical for her. It's one of the reasons why I do like her so much. But she hasn't even said anything.
They to
Biz,
vote.
I love you for everything you have done for me. I'm in it, that's you. But you're acting on emotion. This is your home. I get it. I probably, out of everyone here, I get this the most, and I understand. And I want to go, and if I had to go home to my family, to my people, and I knew people were in there, kill them all. Murder them where they stand. We have no intelligence about anything. Who is to say we all get ready, and then in the span of 5 minutes, we join those two in the middle of this town? But from all I'm hearing is I come up with an idea. I say, hey, me and Carrot can go do this. We can go scout. Oh, no, let's not go scout. We need to pick them off now. Okay.
But we split up and we.
We're not splitting. It's not splitting
Two
up.
of you are going alone, and who knows if they have another magic array near their thing to tell them if somebody goes and does that.
Let's cast this fucking spell. Let's go there. Let's do this shit then. Because you know what? I'm fucking tired of talking. I'm tired of opening my mouth and saying something and it being flat out ignored. So let's go and just fucking murder whatever is in front of us. Deal. And that's it. We'll check and see if there's anybody outside of that door.
Before you leave, you feel a tiny hand grab your ankle, Mist.
Oh, of course. Fucking children.
The bane of my existence is kids. And it's not a kid, though. It is...
It's a small hand. We're small people.
yeah, we are a small people. It is Nardia. It's Biz's mom. And she just kind of like tugs at your fur or your pant leg for a minute. And she just looks up to you. I appreciate everything that you guys are trying to do. But before you leave, I just want to reiterate. They really don't have, again, you guys have said it before, but they don't really have a way of doing things. I don't know if they just decide, hey, it's your turn next to gather everyone. But I can see that tensions are high. We are all on the same level as you. We are all distraught. We are all in pain. And if we could, we would kill them ourselves, without a doubt. You hand me the dagger, I'll slit his throat. In a heartbeat. I've never killed anything in my life, not even a spider. But I would kill him in a heartbeat. For hurting the ones I love. Now, I think setting up outside, if you wish to try and ambush, would probably be the best course of action. Personally, it sounds good. I'm not a fighter. I'm not a one who plans things, but it sounds okay for some kind of ambush. That's probably going to be your best bet to get them isolated from each other. I do not know if they can communicate long distance with one another, and I do not know which one, if not both, can sense us leaving. As they've both come out at some time. Sometimes they both come out, but usually it's just one. I don't know if that information can help.
It does help.
If you can tell me with certainty that you can figure out their magical abilities and what they can do when you go scout, then we'll wait.
They can cast
But
fire.
I don't. But
they can cast ice.
If they're not threatened, what's going to make them show their abilities? So how are we going to know what they can do? There isn't a way where we can just watch them in a town where they feel comfortable and safe because nobody's fighting back to watch what they're capable of.
Can Aaron go stand next to Biz's mom?
Sure.
Okay. They're talking. They can do whatever they want.
Okay.
How tall is Biz's mom?
About the same height as Biz. About maybe 2 inches shorter, but about the same height.
So if I sit next to her, we'll be eye to eye,
Roughly.
roughly? Okay. I'm going to go sit next to her. And while Mercer and Mist are in this, like, verbal pissing contest, I want to talk to Biz's mom about what she knows about what they can do.
Okay.
What spells she's seen them cast.
I've seen them cast fires. I've seen them cast ice. I've seen the one Mozu. I've never seen him cast spells. But it seems
Do you think he's enhanced by
they are both
Edgiac spells?
they are both definitely enhanced. I've
Okay.
never seen anyone move as fast as Mozu.
Do they have any special ornamentation? Any fancy boots? Any fancy belts?
Yes, all of the above.
Okay.
They are definitely not wandering around here in like the most basic of arms. They have things that I've never seen before. Mozu seems to click his heels together and he moves so fast. It's blinding.
Okay, so he probably has boots that are activated when he touches them together. So if we keep him stationary so he can't click his boots, it might counteract his speed.
Maybe. I honestly don't know if that's even possible, but it's a possibility, sure, I guess. I don't know y'all's capabilities. But the one
I have ways.
But Mozu definitely likes to use his hands. He likes
Okay.
to get up in people's faces, it seems. He loves to make them scream. Horrible.
So
But,
he can use his hands.
Oh, he uses weapons too.
Okay.
But he uses his hands too. But he uses both. And it's the staff he carries. There's something unothergodly about it.
So Mozu has a staff?
Yes, Mozu carries a short staff. And
Okay.
it's ungodly what it does to people.
Okay.
And we're all just arguing during this. We're not
Right.
like this.
Right.
This was happening.
You guys
while
are just kind of
everybody was
discussing a
talking.
plan while this is kind of going
Yeah,
on.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all
so,
I can really tell you, I think. Unless
Okay.
is there something else you'd like to know?
That is really, really helpful. There is one thing. Do you
Yes?
think it's possible that they have a spy in this village?
No.
Okay.
None of us would turn each other over. No one.
Okay. Okay. Mozu. Okay.
And Mom, I guess I didn't get a real head count. I guess I assumed everyone was still here. But Erlaid and Lornum and Zarzian and Jaiathar, they're all still here. They're all in the mines, and of course Dad.
Yes, your father, Absium, Iriliad, Lornium, and Jathar are all in the mines today.
Okay. And Zarsan's still gone?
Yes, we have not heard from him. Well, we have not seen him. We have heard of him. He actually is doing pretty well, apparently. He's made a life for himself south of the border. He's actually doing fairly well for himself. But that's a conversation for another time.
His eyes perk up when he hears south of the border.
I have a brother. I have lots of family, obviously. But Zarsan left town shortly before I did. He was always one to be sneaking around and kind of a black sheep of the family.
But he was ever so smart, though.
He really was.
He was. He had a silver tongue. He could talk his way out of anything.
He was too big for this town.
That boy
Never
had dreams.
enchanted with the way of our lives.
He was a lot like you in some ways.
And now we're both gone, and town and our family is in shambles. So, what merit does that have at all? Regardless, we are one down in the family. I don't. If Zarsan's just off and making a life for himself, he's the only one unaccounted for. So, if you're thinking about spies, that's just out of the question.
I have not heard from him in a few months, but it's been about 6 months. He normally checks in about a few times a year, whenever he seems to get the chance.
Good.
I have a couple more questions for Biz's mom.
Sure.
Before you do that, Aaron, Carrick is stoically kind of silent and just says, family is important. Biz, you need to stay here and protect your family. And I'm just going to kind of tap Mist with a light punch on the shoulder and walk out the door.
It follows.
Aaron?
The short staff that you mentioned, Miss Biz's mom.
No idea.
Yeah. Aaron's not good with names.
It's all good.
She has a lot of respect for Biz's mom.
Well, then
'cause
call her.
she's
You
got
can
a
call her
lot of
Miss
respect for
Davi. Then there
Miss
you go.
Davi.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah, she needs to be respected, and
Mhm.
Aaron hasn't earned the right to call her by her first name yet.
Is that how you? That is how you pronounce your last name, right? Is it Davi?
I just usually say Dav.
You want to? Okay, Dav.
Dahve.
I know. I thought
This is
like that
Dav.
Davi sounded a little bit more French. It sounded a little more exotic. I thought it was pretty
Yeah.
sweet. You call it Dav
It's
then?
a rock. It's a rock gnome. We're
Ah,
very
okay, fair.
gray.
Okay,
We
so
like
Miss
the
Dav
browns.
then. Her name. You can call her Miss Dav.
The first names are colorful. The last names are like
Okay.
serious.
So Miss Dav.
Okay. Miss Dav, the staff that you mentioned that Mozu has,
Yes.
and you said it's otherworldly and it has special powers. Do you know what that special power might look like or what it might do?
It just seems anyone he touches, they how would you describe it? They seem to weaken just briefly though. It's not. It doesn't seem to be anything permanent. As he has hit a few of us with it, and it seems to hurt a bit more. But then after a few moments, the sting seems to wear off. But it's very intimidating, as it looks like everyone who is touched by it seems to like let an extra, like they just get extra. They just seem to hurt a little bit more than you would think they probably would. But the pain seems to subside after a few moments.
Does any kind of color emanate from the staff?
Actually, now that you mention it, yes. There's this other like hideous like green that wherever is hit seems to come from it.
Do the people who get hit by it, do they seem to look a little bit older after a while?
No. Why do you ask?
Okay.
But speaking of being older, Biz, you've been gone for a bit of time, but you look like you've aged quite a bit.
Yeah, it's been a stressful time, so I'm probably looking worse for wear just because of what we've been through. But yeah, we all probably look a little bit older.
You look
than
like
we
you've
are. We
aged
need to
10
get that-
years. At
It's
least.
been
Only
5.
5.
It's been 5. It was. Well, I guess I wouldn't know that.
Well,
I
time.
just feel
Remember,
old.
time you've left the village since you last seen, plus that incident just happened.
Right, but I wouldn't know like from the spell like exactly how many years I aged. I just felt
Right.
and we looked older.
Right.
Yeah, there was a stupid box. We still got it that we don't open anymore because it we looked markedly older because of it. I think it's something we can fix, so don't worry about it. But I'm
Okay.
yeah.
And about the fire and the ice,
Yes.
does Egiak use his hands to cast it, or does he use something else to cast it?
It seems he can do from any other magic user that may have been in this town. I mean,
So he doesn't
Didn't-
have some kind of device that amplifies it. He produces it from his own self.
correct. He does carry a spell book.
Oh, he does?
Yes.
Do you know where it is on his body?
Usually, I mean, it's usually on his person. It's usually in a pouch or in his hand.
Okay, in his hand. Okay. Okay. Well, I can't think of anything else that I want to know. I can't think of anything. Oh, I do have a question. It's a DM question though.
Okay, go ahead.
Lesser restoration does not equal limb regeneration, correct?
Correct. Although I would play it
Um,
loosey goosey. It would just take a long time. Like every day or so, you could keep casting it, and you could regenerate a limb. I play it loosey goosey with that. It would just take a long time to keep doing that. Like
It's not something that I could do and then have
instantly.
it.
No.
go
Greater
without-
restoration probably could, but lesser
Yeah.
restoration no.
Not that powerful yet. Okay.
Actually, even greater restoration, I don't think can do it instantly. I know regeneration can. But that's a high level spell.
Right. Okay. Okay, so we know, y'all, that Edgiac has a spell book. So if we can separate him from his spell book, we can lessen the abilities that he has to hurt people.
Remember, Mist and Carrick
We also
are
know-
not in the room right now.
Right.
Okay.
I'm telling
Biz and Mercer.
Biz and Mercer, because while they're doing their thing, Biz and Mercer and Aaron are probably going to be trying to figure out what we're going to do.
Yeah, I go like sit down next to mom or stand next to mom as
Well, you see your mother kind of peek out the door. Where would you guys be?
Well, I was sitting right next to her.
Right.
So
Well, she was right next to the door.
okay,
Because
so I'm
remember
right-
she tugged on Miss. Actually, yeah, Aaron, you'd be able to see it too. Where would Carrick and Mist be then while that conversation was going on?
Heading towards the mine.
Okay, heading towards the mine.
We took too long, didn't we?
By this time, you guys would have gone to at least made it to the entrance of the mine. I'm not saying you guys were sprinting, but you probably walking, maybe talking amongst yourself for a bit. Were you planning on heading into the mine or just scoping it out at the entrance? What was the plan?
Scouting as far as we could get.
Into the mine.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. Go ahead, Aaron.
We also know that Mozu doesn't have magical abilities independent of themselves, but he does have some kind of shoes that he has to click together before he can move quickly, so he needs to be restrained and needs to be stationary. He also has a magical short staff that when he hits people with it, it like emanates this green light, and all I can think of is the green light from the box. So like maybe they're looking for the box, maybe they're doing something connected to it because we're real close to the dungeon, but that's
Could also be poison.
right. But we have to get Edgiac's spellbook away from him, and we have to keep Mozu from moving.
Mercer, is there ever a time that you're ever without your spell book? I mean, if it's not tucked within the throes of your clothing.
So
Mercer
this,
doesn't need a spell book.
yeah, she's probably referring to my ritual book that I carry
the
around.
ritual one. Yeah.
And I'll just be like, this book does not impact my magic or myself. Wizards do it. No, because I haven't studied up on. Would I?
What's that?
Would I know how wizards use their magic since I
Oh,
was
yeah, yeah,
kind
yeah,
of.
yeah, yeah. I mean, a sorcerer knows how
Mm.
a wizard does it, how a wizard
Mm.
knows how a sorcerer does it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you guys are like almost two sides of the same coin. So you
Mm.
guys know how like the weaknesses and strengths of each other.
Mm. And so I might be wrong. This is a DM question. I might be wrong about
Okay.
doing this. I thought that a wizard needed their spell book to prepare their spells, but once they're prepared, they can still cast them.
They need to have their book on them to be able to
Yeah,
cast their
but they don't
spells.
need to have it out. They can just like have it on their person.
They're supposed to have it out in your hand while you're casting a spell.
Okay.
For certain things. Cantrips I don't count because you don't need a spell book for cantrips. But to cast level
And-
spells, you should have your spell book in your hand.
Hypothetically speaking, if one were to produce flame and burn the book,
Magical. I'm
It,
pretty
it,
sure
it,
spell
it's a,
books are-
it is a possibility that you could definitely burn a spell book, but that is very tough to do.
okay.
The way you're doing it, you could pick it up, throw it into a fire. Sure, that sucker's going to ignite. But I know what you're going for. It is a possibility. It is possible, yes. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but yes, it's a
Well,
possibility.
right. It's just ripping pages out and casting them on fire,
yeah.
running away from everybody.
Ah! Just ripping out pages.
Toss it to a gnome. Go burn it.
Go burn it. That's
I've
a
got
possibility.
I've got my sword. Just chop it in half and then it ignites.
So it is possible to try and get his spellbook away from him. It'll be difficult. We'll have to get up close and personal to grab it unless you have something. I don't have anything that can just rip something out of someone's hands. I know I've seen Mist shoot weapons out of people's hands, and maybe he'll be able to shoot the book out of his hand. So that might work for that, but
Well, I don't know how we're going to get the spell book away from him, but I do know that there are a couple of ways that I can stop Mozu from moving. So I've got that part down. And if we can find a way to disarm him and get the spell book away from Edgiek, I think this is going to be a fairer fight.
okay. Well,
I'm a little worried about the immediate right now because Carrick and Mist are now alone, going headlong, presumably into the mines, in which one of the either the Dragonborn or they're both Dragonborns, that they're going to run straight into the Dragonborn.
Okay. Now you're right. I always thought it was the other way around. Yeah, he doesn't need his spell book to cast spells, just prepare them.
okay.
Okay. So taking
so-
it away from him does nothing.
Yeah, I would just say
No, that's a big hindrance. If you ever take away a wizard's spell book and destroy it or just not let him have it back, he can never change his spells out ever again until he
He's
makes a
stuck.
new spell book.
So it would impact the future, but
But
not
not
the
the
immediate fight.
exactly.
But maybe we could use it as a distraction.
Oh yeah, you take a wizard's
could-
spell book away, he'd be pissed.
We could
He would definitely go for it, and it would anger him.
use someone to aggro him. So while he's focused on that person,
That's if he takes his spell book out. If he just has it in his pocket, how are we going to get it? It seems like a lot of extra work to try and grab something that's hidden away in his pouch or something. If he has it out, it's definitely a good plan, but if he doesn't,
okay.
I feel like
I'm
that's
gonna-
something
I'm
that we would
gonna-
have to.
Here. I can cast Spike Growth and keep Mozu stationary unless he wants to do massive damage to himself. And I can wild chip into an animal and restrict Edgiek. And while I am restricting him, I can use whatever tentacles or whatever I've got to try to rip the spellbook. I'm not asking y'all to do it. I'm just saying there are things that we can do.
okay.
I can be a distraction and y'all can do the dirty work.
So that is interesting. So what you want is to grab the spell book and maybe try and blackmail him to stop?
No, I
was
want
it?
to distract him enough so he is attacking me, and y'all are attacking him.
Let's just take him out. The sooner he's dead, I mean, the
Well-
future of his spellbook is not, I think, what the long game we're going for. I think
No,
it's just a distraction.
It was just another thing we could use to distract him so he doesn't hurt somebody else. He's focusing on one person.
That's a good idea. Okay,
So,
but go back to Mist and Carrick. What are we doing?
Just about to
they're
right
off
now.
alone.
Okay, so as you guys were having that conversation still, Mist, Carrick, you guys approach, like rewind just a little bit. You guys are approaching the entrance to the mine. You guys get to the entrance. What do you guys wish to do? Because you see your dark vision isn't really kicking in just yet as there's still ambient light, but you know, I mean, you walk in, your night vision will kick in, or dark vision will kick in, and you'll be able to see, you just realize, I mean, the light from torches, any kind of other light will diffuse and not make your dark vision work, but obviously, you know, in pitch black darkness is when it kicks in. But right now, it is pitch black darkness, but you are standing outside, so you can only see, I mean, you can see about 20, 30 feet in, and you see the railway to the cart, or a railway that a cart would use at the entrance on the ground. You see the rock faces and the shoring kind of holding everything up, and that's about all you can see right now at this point. What do you guys wish to do?
Mist just looks at Carrick. Boulder Parchment cheers to see who goes in first.
Fuck that.
Boulder Parchment cheers!
Don't feel lucky enough? I mean, I'm an honest man, aren't I?
Do you want an honest answer to that?
You know what? It's best we don't have that answer.
Right.
Um,
I do have something for you, though, and I'll hand him back the studded leather armor. I don't appear to need this anymore.
That is true. He no longer needs that.
Ooh. I might be able to use this at some point when I don't need to have such heavy armor. I will take this. But now we need to know, do you want to go one by one, or are we going to stack up and just pick a side? Because we should be able to see each other.
You're seeing this cave, or the entrance to the mine is only about 10 feet wide right now.
Okay. But then even with our dark vision, we have enough. We both know that if we go on side to side,
right,
we can easily see each other and like signal.
Oh, yeah. You can see each other. You got to stay within 60 feet of each other, but yeah, you can see each other.
All right. You go left, I go right.
Sure.
Okay.
Right, as little as possible.
You guys, I want stealth checks from both of you.
I love this now. 28.
Yes, sir. Expertise
18.
is awesome. Very good.
Hey.
I know Miss is like, I got expertise.
Mhm.
Alrighty. So, you guys are actually moving fairly quietly through the mine shaft as you start to walk in, and you go in about 40, maybe 50 feet, and that's when the dark vision really starts to kick in. You can see some torches off in the distance, just kind of like lighting the way. Not a lot, as you guys know, rock gnomes don't need torches to see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? They all have dark vision. So it's mainly, you probably guess it's probably just there in case a non-gnome needs to go in there, or maybe they need a source of fire for some other reason. But torches are few and far between at this point that you can see. So, with that, you guys are walking in, and you see the mine start to open up just a little bit. It's not perfectly straight. The mine starts to open up a little bit. You start to see a little path that start going off to the left.
Can I pause 1 minute?
Sure.
So, okay. So we know because of Viz,
Okay.
they don't need light.
Correct. They have dark vision.
Just looks to Carrick. Just kind of whispers, "Hey, you ran with Mozu, right?
Yeah.
Did he ever have trouble in the dark? Did you need to lead him, or did somebody kind of light his path?"
Our interactions really didn't get into that vein of things. It was more shipboard interaction.
Okay, so on the ship, at night, when it gets dark, when you sail the places of which there are no stars above the sky, how good could he see?
I don't know.
You would know that Dragonborns don't have dark vision naturally.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you would have seen Mozu probably carrying a torch or a lantern here and there. And not even just Mozu, just, I mean, other Dragonborns you've probably seen in your times at sea. Mozu wasn't the only Dragonborn pirate you know.
Right.
You've seen others, but you just know that they would need some kind of light source to be able to see great distances.
So, yeah, I'll relay that to Miss. My voice is kind of
It's all good.
crapping out on me.
It's all good.
So, if we can see in the dark, and the gnomes can see in the dark, but they can't, how about we start snuffing out these fucking torches?
I'm already with you, and I'll just do something to snuff out the torches as we go.
Right. You guys start to approach.
Sorry, I just wanted to
No, good. Do your thing, man. Do your thing. All right, so you guys start to go in about another 40 feet. That's when you come to your first torch on the left. And you see Carrick kind of just take the torch and just jam it into the dirt and kind of put it back, I would assume.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he snuffs out the torch.
Would any of us, I mean, I know it's not explicitly stated in like any of the actual like adventuring gear or whatever, but it always has like hay torches or whatever.
Hmm?
Would either of us just have like a little, like, that middle tool you'll see, where like people who have candles, where they go and like they snuff it out, like to touch it?
Probably not. I know what you're saying. I can't remember what that's called, but now you probably wouldn't really have that.
Okay. Just trying to find an easier way instead of having to take everything off. And
Yeah, unless you got.
Okay.
I mean, you can use your water. You do have rations. You do have water. You could just pour some water on it, sure, and that'll put it out.
okay, then fine. I'll start doing that too then. On
Okay.
anything that's on the side, I'll just start pouring a little water on the torches.
Fair enough. Carrick, if you wish to put out the torch that way, you can. That's
Yep.
fine.
We'll start doing that.
Okay, so Carrick pulls out his water skin and just pours a little bit of water on there, and first torch goes out. You guys start to. It is now obviously it's pitch black again. Dark vision is kicked in. You can see 60 feet in front of you. As you are walking about another 20 or 30 feet, you start to hear the echoes in a cave of footsteps, many footsteps, not just one set of little footsteps, just and voices, whispers as you're coming up to a part of the cave that seems to turn to the right. Or the mine shaft, I keep calling it a cave, but the mine shaft starts to turn to the right.
Mhm.
And you then hear a very familiar voice of Edgiak start to shout out. So, any of you know which one of you might have left the town? I'm curious. I'm going to find out either way. I'm just curious if any of you might know something I don't. And you hear a couple little like softer voices. They're so soft you can't make it out, but you can audibly hear they're talking. But they're just kind of soft. You can't really make out what they're saying. But you just hear Ed Gyak laugh. And you hear him once again. Then I guess I'll just go find out for myself. And you start hearing his footsteps, you would assume, start coming your way. And you see the light of a torch start coming around the corner.
Can I do a perception check to see if there's anything to, like, either flatten me and Carrick behind, or like something like maybe like a railroad cart to duck into or hide?
You have not seen any railroad carts on your way down. You do know that back about 60 feet is the path that can go to the left. And that's really about it. The rest of this is kind of open. At this point in the shaft, this part is kind of open.
Would I have enough sense now to know, like, that's at least enough of a facing on the wall to kind of like flatten up against? And
oh sure, I mean it's like it turns into a whole other tunnel. So yeah, I mean it deviates to the left.
All right, Carrick, tactical retreat. It's about 60 feet.
All right.
Okay. I'm gonna keep taking your stealth checks into account. I'm gonna roll a perception to see if he notices you guys, your footsteps. Okay. So you guys start making your way back to that entrance. Since you are stealthing, technically you are moving half speed. You guys, you guys get just around the corner as you're starting to see Edgiak. As you're looking over your shoulder, you would notice Edgiak starting to come up behind you, obviously, as he's starting to make his way out of the cave. But he is approximately now 60, 70 feet behind you guys. And he's just leisurely just taking his sweet time. Not like tiptoeing, but you know what I mean? Like he's moving at like a normal walking pace. And then just kind of just has this just evilish grin on his face where he's smiling and just walking up. He's probably about 50 feet now from you.
Made it to the not yet. Have we made it to that break in the tunnel?
Yeah. You guys have made it around the corner.
Okay.
That's what I was telling you this. You guys noticed this as you were cutting, as you turned to your right to go down that path now, because it was to your left when you're coming in, so now it'd be on your right. You guys run into that right path, and as you're cutting that corner to your right, you're looking down the tunnel, and that's what you see, about 60, 70 feet away from you.
All right, Mista's going to look at Carrick and be like, that's a tall son bitch.
Yeah, he's about
Prone.
6'8", easy.
Go pro. And Mista's going to, as quietly as possible, he's going to kind of go prone, kind of like up on his, if he was going to do like elbow curls.
Okay.
So that way he's not fully like face down, but he's kind of like head up, resting on hands. But he would probably be maybe like what, to his shin, if not maybe a little less than.
Yeah, I mean, when you're laying down, you're only about a foot tall. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so.
Yeah. Maybe a little more, but yeah, roughly a foot tall when you're laying down on your belly.
He's going to do that, and he's just going to wait for him to pass. And then he'll kind of get up and then try to follow.
Okay, so once again, he's about 40 feet away. And you're kind of measuring this about how much light, because you can't see him now, but you're measuring this and gauging this about how much light it's really starting to give off. As he's coming up, obviously it's starting to give off a bit more light. You guys are starting to see now, because dark vision, you can only see in black and white, but now you're starting to see the colors. You're starting to see the browns more, the browns, some of the grays of the steel of the mine, the rails from the mine, some of the disheveled wood that probably needs to be replaced. They should probably work on that. But the browns from the wood, the dust, the dirt, and you're starting to see only about 5-6 more seconds, and you guys are approximately 15 feet away from Edgiak as he just slowly walks past you guys without noticing you. And he gets about another 40 feet away, and just drops the torch and just keeps walking. And he's now, because he can see the entrance to the cave now, he feels he doesn't need it anymore. He just drops the torch and just keeps walking. And he gets about. When do you decide to take chase after him? Because he was probably about 40 feet away from you now when he dropped the torch.
The moment he drops the torch.
Okay.
That would be like when Mist would get up, because it'd be like, okay, he's obviously not going to look back and see. And I would assume with the torch being on the ground, like even though it gives off light, it probably gives off the amount of light it gives off.
It gives off about the same amount of light, maybe a little bit less.
Okay.
Not a huge difference in light.
So as he does that, though, Mist real quick is going to take out. He's going to take out some twine, and I'm going to use my my thieves kit.
Okay.
And I'm actually going to make a trap out of the twine and those 2 little vials of poison, like a tripwire. So if somebody were to trip it, it would make the vials break, and then they would be in a 5-foot cube of poison. Essentially, to kind of slow anybody
No,
down.
I get what you're saying. I'm just trying to think about how much time that would take. I'm just trying to get a time frame on that. I would say go ahead, because it's definitely within your capabilities of doing that. I'll say you start. I'll say you start working on that. That's going to take you a bit of time, though. And not like it's going to take not like 5 minutes kind of thing, but it's definitely going to take you a little bit to really get that going. Okay, so you get up and you start working on that. And where would you like to place this? The tunnel's about 10 feet wide, roughly where you're at. Like the main tunnel right there. The main shaft is approximately 10-ish feet wide.
Okay, when he was walking, was he basically walking on the railroad path? Was that what he was using to gauge his walk?
Oh no, he was walking on the left side out. You know what I mean? Like he wasn't walking on the rails. He was just walking in the dirt next to it.
Then what I would do then is I would make one on each side. So if they're not going to walk on...
Oh, I see what you're saying.
If they're not going to walk on the rail path and they're going to go along that side, so that way, if they're running, they don't trip over wood or whatever.
Sure.
Then there's at least going to be one trap across from the other set up to do poison.
Okay. Good deal. Okay. So you start setting that up, and Carrick, what are you doing then as he's setting this up?
Do we really have time for this, Mist? We should go warn the group.
Mist is going to look up at him. I assume I'm working halfway done on the first trap.
Right.
Okay. So here's what we do then. There is no warning the group. Because if I know... And this is just all of Mist's anger coming out. If I know the fucking Boy Scout, he's going to want to attack and he's going to already have a plan ready. If I know Biz, she's going to let emotion carry her through. If I know Aaron, she has a plan. So the 3 of them have already enacted something. They're probably wondering more so about what we're doing and if we're safe. So if we run back there, who's to say we even make it past him? We're essentially, at this moment, going to catch him in a pincer. They're going to hit him from the back, and then while he's distracted, you and I can start doing something. He'll turn to us, but we will essentially have him from both sides. If you want me to stop this right now, I will. I just don't know if anybody's going to run. And if anybody's going to run, I'd rather at least they run through a cloud of poison. But it's your call. You did what I wanted us to do, and we came here. So if you want to just go ahead and follow him back out, and we can find a place, let's go. Or we stay just inside of this cave where he can't see, I'm good.
I honestly don't know what I want to do, other than, as scared as I am of that fucker, I want eyes on Mozu.
Well, we're not getting eyes on Mozu. We can, but then we are losing one of us. Because it's either you and your little pal go find him, which means you are doing jack shit, or I go. If we have any chance of surviving this, it's all for one.
All right.
I will stop this now. You and I can hide inside of this cave, and we can get the jump on him. And plus, with us being on the inside of this cave, I can move this trap up a little bit quicker, or I can rig a different trap to make it to cause sound, so that way we hear it. I have really fucking good hearing. So you tell me now. You want me to just have an alert? I'll set up an alert right now.
As you get finished with your first trap now by this time, you look up and notice that Edgiak is now probably damn near close to the entrance of the cave. And you just hear him shout, "Roll call time!" And that's where we're going to take our break. So we will be back stream in about 10, 15 minutes or so. So don't go anywhere. This is going to be awesome. Alrighty, we are back from our break, everyone. Let us pick up where we left off. The three amigos are still in the house, and Carrick and Mist are stealthily hiding in the mineshaft, while Edgiak has now just approached the edge of the tunnel. He doesn't look like he has left the tunnel, but he got probably like 10, 15 feet away from the entrance, and you two audibly heard it's roll call time, and he just stands there and waits for a moment, and he's just standing there. And now back to the three amigos. You guys have now just heard that familiar voice also say this, as he shouted it pretty dang loud for the whole town to hear him, as he's probably using the cave's entrance to tunnel his voice, to make his voice louder than it normally is. What are you three doing? I know what those two are doing. What are you three doing?
We've got to stay here. They can't know that we're here, so we're going to hunker down. You two go just like normal, and then maybe just go. Just act normal.
I think we should go, but we should stay a couple of houses back.
What if they see us?
What if
Right.
they have a detection spell that he can cast to see if there's anybody who is in the vicinity who is not there?
Well, then he's gonna have to come get us.
He is,
the
or
rest of the Dov family is just looking at you guys, wondering what to do. They're looking at the door. They're looking at you, like we need to go. We need to go outside.
Oh,
Go. You go.
Okay. Be safe. And
You too.
they open the door and just leave it open and start to single file out towards the mine. And as that door is opened up, you can see the rest of probably what's left of the town that you can see at the angle you're at, the door is at. That other gnomes are starting to single file towards the entrance to the mine. And they this goes on for about a minute or so.
okay. Well, during that time, I wanted to be talking to Aaron and Biz too.
Sure, go ahead.
What are we doing if he does something? If he tries to kill another person to get a confession out of them, what's
why
our
is our
plan? Because
we can't do anything if we're staying in this house. We can't do anything if we stay in this house. So
I'm going to give us away. My armor is so heavy, and I can't stealth, and I feel bad wasting our one spell on just giving me a fighting chance to even not be seen.
okay, Aaron's gonna cast Pass Without a Trace.
Mercer already
over
did.
everybody.
Mercer already did.
Did he already?
He did. He said, "I'm casting Pass Without a Trace."
yeah, I said I
Okay.
casted it and I was ready to leave, and then we just kept
Okay.
talking.
So
Okay.
approximately 20 minutes of Pass Without a Trace has been spent. So you still got 40 minutes left to Pass Without a Trace.
Okay.
Okay.
It adds. It'll help you.
Do you have a window?
Stay a
'Cause
whole
I don't think walking out the front door, they can easily see where he is. Is a good idea.
I agree. I mean, I guess I would know. If
Take
there's
it
a
out.
back entrance,
Take us
right?
out on the window that
Take us to your
It's
old
us-
room, Biz.
Yeah, you would know that there's rooms in the back of the home. It's not a big house. It's not like the gnomes. A, the gnomes are tiny, so they don't need a lot of room. B, your town was never lavish. You guys didn't have huge homes. You guys slept a lot of people to one room. Usually the adults had their own room, and then since there was a lot of kids, they probably had two more rooms, one for the boys, one for the girls. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm thinking something like the
Didn't you say you had a
burrow.
brother who was kind of like the black sheep and he got in and out of trouble a lot?
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't in a whole lot of trouble. He was very smart, and he was kind of sneaky,
Well, does he have
quiet,
a
kept to
window?
himself.
Does he have a window that he would sneak out of?
Oh, he definitely would have.
Oh yeah, all the rooms have windows, of course.
Maybe we can go to that window.
Yeah, I
Take
guess
us
we
on the
just
side away from the cave, so
you
that
would,
we
you,
can
you would know
go
that
from there.
that room does face the south. So the mine's to the north. So if you go out the back, you would not be seen.
okay.
Okay.
All right, we'll take that path.
Okay, you guys doing that right now?
Yeah, we'll go out the
as
back
quick as
window
possible.
and stealthily. I mean,
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
we'll get
you,
to the window.
yeah, you guys get to the
then-
window and slide it open, and I want you three to make stealth checks.
and then add a plus
27.
27. Okay. I know
Suck
Biz-
it,
26.
boys.
What'd you get, Mercer?
26.
26. Biz, you have
14.
disadvantage, but you have plus 10 to whatever you roll.
18.
Okay, still good. Pass that trace helped you then. So you only had an 8 naturally, then? Wow. Okay, yeah, pass that trace helped you. Okay, so 26, a 27, and an 18. Very good. So, you guys one by one start hopping out the back of this window, or the back of the house through the window, and you now see you're facing the south, that there is a couple rows of homes, obviously, but the one closest to you is about like 30-ish, maybe 40 feet away. Same size build as the house you're in now. Your home is approximately like 30 feet wide. The back wall is approximately 30 feet wide. And single story, but you know that parts of the main room you were in, the roof had collapsed. But the back part of the house, the rooms seemed to be untouched, which was good. And if you were to go to your right now, you would be out in the open at the entrance of the mine. So you would know, if I go to the right and peek around the corner, I could see where all the gnomes are gathering and the entrance to the mine.
Okay. Aaron, how far back do you think we need to go?
We want to be far enough. We want to be far enough back that he won't see us, but we want to be close enough that if something does happen, we can get there quickly.
Okay. Then
And
Biz would also know then to your left, if you went the left side of the house, you would know that slowly starts making its way towards the mine, because I remember how I said there was 2 more houses. But they don't go like directly at the mine. They're just a little bit closer to the entrance of the mine. But you do know that there's a good 30 or 40 foot gap between each house, and you'd be wide out in the open and be able to see the entrance to the mine. You'd be just broad daylight.
We can't go that way.
You can't really get closer since he's already there watching with our sizes.
You guys are starting to notice that all of these gnomes are starting to single file towards the entrance to the mine. None of you see what's going on back there, as nobody's like looking at the mine itself, but you do see gnomes starting to like look your way. They every once in a while one just kind of looks your way. Not that they might not have noticed you, but they notice you now that they looked, but they don't seem to pay you any mind, and they're just the most like pathetic, just distraught looks on their faces. Just everyone's just dirty. You see Biz, you see a couple people that you have recognized. I'm not gonna go into all those names, but you see a few people in the town that you've recognized. Maybe some childhood friends. Maybe some.
We could crawl.
I'm sorry.
We could crawl.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that's definitely a possibility. You can definitely crawl. But they start to single file towards the entrance to the mine. You guys go back.
So
Take it away.
we're 100 feet back, roughly, from the entrance of the mine. How far back do we need to go? Another 50 feet? Another 200 feet? I mean, because we can't get closer. That's
I
for sure.
wouldn't-
We're going to expose ourselves.
Can we
I wouldn't
disguise
say get
ourselves?
farther.
Can we disguise ourselves within the line?
These are a whole these are a lot of
No.
between 2.5 and 3 foot tall people.
Yeah.
Even
Which
if
is why I'm asking if we crawl
you would be moving so
using
slow.
ourselves.
You would be moving
Yeah.
so slow. I doubt it. You'd get left behind. Because if you're prone, you automatically move half speed. And then if you stealth, you move half speed again.
Mm.
So you'd move 10 feet every 6 seconds. You know what I mean?
Can I
Roughly. Not even 10 feet.
see if there's a way for us to move without attracting what's his nuts' attention? Like he's watching everybody file in, and so maybe it's
He
maybe
could, I
we
mean,
can.
it could. It's a possibility. Don't get me wrong. You can definitely like squat down and move a little bit, not just stand straight
Well,
up.
no, I'm talking about like while they're all filing, instead
Mm-hmm.
of us staying to the right and watching.
Right. I get
taking
what you're
the
saying. Go to the
opportunity.
left instead. I get what you're saying. I mean, it's
Mhm.
always a possibility. You'd make stealth checks and we'll see what happens. But it's
Mhm.
it's a possibility. If you guys go out in the open, you're gonna have to make stealth checks again.
I mean,
Against,
there's no
against
cover.
his perception. Yeah, you have no. You'll be exposed for at least 30 or 40 feet. You'd be exposed wide out in the open.
If we stay
I
back
don't-
here, it'll take us at least half a minute to get within striking distance of him. So if something
Yes.
happens and the carnage starts,
Now, it wouldn't take you half a minute. Remember, if you decided to move, you can move
If they
30 feet.
we could
Dash.
dash.
You could dash and then go 60 feet in
Mhm.
one round. You're approximately maybe 130 feet ish from the entrance to the cave now because you're in the back of the house, not the front of the house. So you're
Mhm.
approximately 130 feet from the entrance to the cave right now, or the mine.
Y'all, are we?
So you could, if you really wanted to, dash. You could be there in 2 turns ish.
Well, we have made the decision to defend this town. And if we continue to half step our way to protection, we are not being effective. The risk has already been assessed.
But
If
we're
we
split up.
go
If we
out-
go in
yeah.
and Mist and Carrick are farther in, it might just be the 3 of us. We have no idea what they're doing. This plan has already been shot.
I think it's time for us to trust our teammates. If we constantly second guess each other, this is never going to get any better. Mist is smart, Carrick is smart, the 3 of us are smart. There's always uncertainty. The one thing that I do know is that if we stand back here and we argue with each other, more people are going to die. And I don't want it to be anybody in your family biz. I'm okay with the risk. I'm okay with putting my life on the line. If
So
you
do we
are
go
not,
in now? Are
If
you
we
saying
go
in
now and we get seen, a lot of people will die. Because he's
Yes.
just going to start
and
shooting.
if we stand back here, people will die as well. And we don't know what he could do.
With that, while you're having that part of your conversation, you do hear Edgiac as it seems most of the town is filed in. You could notice now that you don't see any gnomes walking anymore, so you would assume most of the town is probably there. You do audibly hear, because you can't see, but you audibly hear the voice of Edgiac. You two would see his back still, but you could hear him also say this. You two, obviously meaning Mist and Carrick. You would audibly hear this, him saying, there's my little helpers. So, let's just get the elephant out of the room. Which one of you decided to leave town? And nobody says anything for a moment. And then the young girl raises her hand, who had left town. Actually, none of you would even see this at this point. Never mind. None of you would have heard or seen that or heard that, obviously, as she just raised her hand. Anyways. So it was you, little one. Carrick and Mist can see him just raise his hand and just kind of like doing this motion.
I want to stealth closer.
Stealth check. You are approximately 80-ish feet right now away from him.
28.
Okay. All right.
I got a
You got-
20. I'm like 10 feet behind Mist.
And I move. I'm snuffing out that fucking torch. Because, fuck him.
Okay, you're not there yet. That was like 40 feet ahead of you. You just started moving now. You're not there yet, but you're working your way there. So I'll assume you've moved 10 feet at this point. So you're 70 feet now, and you're like 30 feet away from the torch. So with that, as you guys are moving closer, you audibly hear Ed Yak, and you see his back obviously is still to you. He just kind of leans forward just a little bit, hands on his thighs, and just kind of leans forward. Now, why would you leave town knowing the consequences? And now, you two are still kind of far away, but you can audibly hear a young girl's voice. Can't quite make out what she's saying. Well, you see, that puts me in a precarious situation. As I've sensed that only one left, but 6 returned. Who are your 5 friends?
Fucking knew it.
And you just hear this loud cry, like whimpering. It's she's just crying. You can't really she can't quite make any words at this point as she's just doing the cry and everything. Mist and Carrick, you guys have moved another 10 feet, so you're about 60 feet away from him at this point.
I'm gonna step out in the open. Fuck it. I'm stepping out into the open.
Okay, as
Yeah.
I'm moving,
Mhm.
I'm longbow, getting an arrow ready. Like the moment I sense something's about to pop off, it's getting fucking released, and it's
Okay.
go.
You haven't seen anything pop off yet. I mean, he hasn't moved.
Yeah,
He just has his hands on his thighs, just kind of talking.
It's kind of for cautionary at this
I
point,
get it.
especially
I get it.
with people saying how fucking evil he is or whatever. It's like, oh, you have a little girl in front of you?
Uh-huh.
No.
All right.
And
So
as Aaron, like, you stand up, I'm going to kind of like take your hint and like all kind of step in front as we like go out together.
Seeing
Okay.
them go, I'd be following behind.
okay.
I'm not falling behind Biz. I'm right beside her.
Fair enough. So Ed Yak then kind of does one of these. He's looking down and starts to stand up now. He starts to walk out of the tunnel just a little bit. And now he's standing to the side of the little girl that you see, that Mist can now see, as his body was blocking her. Mist and Kara can now see the little girl. You 3 see the little girl.
Mhm.
And
I'm gonna hold
and-
my.
Go ahead.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna say I'm gonna hold my hands up,
Mhm.
and I'm just gonna yell at him in Draconic.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say, "We mean no trouble. We were passing through. Little girl took us back. We don't want to fight. Just trying to get closer without him doing anything."
Give me a deception check.
18 plus 5, so 23.
In Draconic, he responds, "What in the hell would have brought you out to the mountainside out here then, friend?"
I'm just gonna say, we got lost, didn't know where we were, just fought a stone, or just ended up being attacked by a stone giant, found the little girl.
He puts his
Came
hand on
here.
top of the little girl's head. It just kind of like brushes her hair. "So what was she doing out of the town's limits then? Huh? How did she come across you?"
They're
Well,
still
what-
talking in Draconic.
Yes. Or I'm assuming, Mercer, you're still talking in Draconic, right?
Yes.
Okay, you guys don't understand what the
Because
fucking
I'm
word they're
hoping
saying.
that lowers his guard with speaking that language a little bit more. Are we still walking forward as we're doing this?
You can if you want.
Yeah, that's what I intended, was to be walking forward.
Okay,
Kind
you,
of.
you guys get to about. You guys are now noticing that there's approximately like 50 gnomes kind of gathered around like a little crescent circle, approximately like 50-ish feet from the entrance of the
Mhm.
mines, and you guys are just starting to reach the back of the pack of the
Okay.
gnomes. So you guys are like in, starting to maybe slowly wade your way through the pack of gnomes, but you've just reached the edge of them
Mhm.
at this point.
Okay.
And essentially say, is that, how did you find each other out there in the wilds?
Well, I'm not sure how she found us. She said that she was lost. We weren't looking for her. We were looking for a way down the mountain.
He grabs her hair now and just tenses it up. He's not like trying to lift her up or anything. He just like pulls her hair just
How-
a little bit, and you hear her just audibly just like scream a bit.
How close am I?
About 50 feet from him, and he tells you to just like hold his hand up and looks down at her and looks back at you. And I'm just holding my hand up here just because you can see it, but he's got his hand like on top of her head, obviously.
Yep.
So, what were you doing outside the town? And he looks back up to you guys. He looks back down to her, and she just starts just crying. He goes, I'm going to give you 3 seconds to respond or things going to get nasty.
I cast Hold Person on him.
Okay, what's the DC?
16.
16, what am I doing? Wisdom?
16 Wisdom.
Okay, that's what I thought, wisdom. All right, let me check something. Okay.
Because I heard him threaten the girl, right?
Oh, yeah, you would have audibly heard that. He ain't whispering shit. But again, that was in common, though, so all of you heard that. Because she responded to him in common, so that was in common. Yeah, no, he saves. He resists it. He instantly looks up and now picks the girl off the ground by her hair and says,
I let go an arrow.
you have... Go ahead and make me an attack roll with disadvantage as you are prone.
No, I got up and we were walking.
If you were
Because we got up because...
Okay, yeah, never mind, you're good then. Okay, make your attack roll.
Okay, sharpshooter.
Okay.
23.
Okay.
Oh, and also, he's got her in his hand, right?
Yep.
So that would be someone that he is focusing on? Essentially, this would be a sneak attack?
He doesn't know you're there, so it's a sneak attack.
Either way, just regardless, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no. I mean, he's focusing on the girl and what's going on in front of him. He doesn't know you're there, so yes, you can roll sneak attack. Because you said, what'd you say, a 23?
Yeah.
Yeah, it hits. So yeah, he does not know you're there. So he gets a couple words out, and then this arrow is going to pierce him in the back. He says, well, this is interesting. Ah! As an arrow hits him in the back. What's your total damage?
.22 piercing.
Nice. Okay. As soon as the arrow hits him, he releases the girl to spin around and look at you. And as you didn't make it to the torch, you are now open in the torchlight.
As soon as he spins around to face us, I'm throwing 2 Eldritch Blasts.
Okay, go for it.
I'm double dashing with my sword.
Okay.
To get them. And I'm also going to yell, everybody run.
Hold that
Or
thought.
attack. There's 50 of them.
Right. Hold that thought. Carrick, do your thing.
That is a natural 20 and
Thank
I believe a 17.
17 misses. The natural 20 hits.
All right.
And as you're casting that, you just hear him audibly yell in common. So there's the 5 of you, and then bam, gets hit with that natural 20 in the chest. And then the other one, he kind of ducks out of the way, and it flies out of the cave's entrance, or the mine's entrance. What's your damage on that natural 20?
15 on the die. So that's doubled to...
Not doubled. You just add, what are you rolling, a D10 for your damage, or D12? What is the Eldritch Blast?
D10.
So add 10 to whatever you rolled.
So 35?
You just said 15.
50, so 25.
25.
Sorry.
Okay. All right, good. 25. Good hit. Alrighty. So as you get hit with that, sorry, as long as he gets hit with that, he gets hit with this Eldritch Blast. He instantly just bears down and just starts beelining right towards both of you. And so he's now running away from you guys, but running into the mine shaft now. So he's getting further away. And instantly just staring you guys down, a sword is produced. And the instantly, as he pulls this out, the entire cave is lit with fire. As this entire sword is on fire, and he's beelining straight towards you now. Says, "This'll be fun!" And he gets 30 feet, so he gets about 20 feet away from you, Mist, now. He's like 20 feet ahead of you. And blinks out. And Carrick, he appears right in front of you. "Hi, friend." And hold on 1 second.
He's doing the... I was like, that's a neat trick.
That's a neat trick. He lands in front of you, Carrick, or actually probably right beside you. "Hi, friend." And he's going to take a swing at you. Let's see. Okay. Does a 24 hit?
Yes.
Okay. That's a total of... Hang on 1 sec. That's a total of 7 slashing and 6 fire damage to you. Second attack. Oh, that one's going to miss. Okay, that's a, yeah. Definitely lower than your armor class. I know that for a fact. So you see the second one coming, and he just whiffs right over top of you. And he just yells, "Damn!" as he missed that attack. And what are you 3 doing outside?
We would
Running.
have ran after him after my hold spell failed.
All right, good deal. Now, the next question is, we'll go back to, you guys start booking it now towards the entrance of the cave. The gnomes are all scattering. You're hearing all of these screams and shouting as everybody's starting to run back towards their homes, you would assume. They're running away from the mine entrance. And you're hearing, women and children are all screaming. The men are trying to gather everybody up. It's like, let's run away. Let's go. Let's go. And you guys get, you said you're going to double dash up there, so that's 60 feet of movement. So you get just to the entrance of the cave, and you can see Mist and Carrick surrounded in the torchlight, down about 60, 70-ish feet into the cave. And you see Edgiak now sword drawn, taking swipes at Carrick. And then with that, Mist and Carrick, what do you 2 want to do?
I would definitely want to take another attack, and I would try to disarm him.
Okay. Go ahead. I will let you. I'll let you take an attack. Go ahead, Carrick. What are you
Okay.
doing? We're gonna do this at
It's
the
gonna
same
be
time.
sharpshooter.
Not
I'm gonna-
sharpshooter.
No, it is.
Oh, it is sharpshooter. Okay, go for
I
it.
just want to say, like, hey, that's what I'm doing.
Yep, go for it. Sharpshooter. Carrick, what are you doing? We're gonna do this at the same time. He
If
is in
he's
your face.
Right,
He's in your
then
face,
I'm-
dude. He's like 2 feet away.
throwing punches.
Go for it.
18.
18 misses. Okay. You get 2 attacks missed.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, well,
Yeah, it's like imagine this is a full turn. You get 2 attacks.
okay. Next shot, no sharpshooter.
Okay.
26.
Okay. Carrick, what are you doing?
I rolled a 16, so I think that misses.
A 16 does miss. You make purchase, and you like punch him in his chest, and he just looks at you. As the first arrow whizzes by like right between Carrick's and Edyak's face. He looks to you and sees the second arrow coming. What did you roll again?
So 7 plus 9, 26.
Okay, so the 26 comes, and he sees this arrow coming, and you instantly see, and it hits this magical barrier in front of him, and it does not hit. And he just disappears once again, about 30 feet away, and is just running down the tunnel. And he is approximately going around that corner right now.
How
Going
far
after
away?
him.
How far away is he?
You guys can't
From
see
me?
him now. You can't see him now.
I can't see him.
Oh.
at all.
Nope. Biz, you guys just got to the entrance, saw this happen, and then you saw him blink, reappear, and just go right back to the back side of the tunnel.
Okay, we gotta go.
And you
Let's
hear
go.
you hear him shouting, "Oh, let's play!"
Just gonna keep running. Double dashing.
Okay, so you guys catch up to Mist and Carrick, or Mist and Carrick just instantly taking pursuit. What are you guys
Carrick,
doing?
as soon as he left, Carrick gave chase.
Wait,
Okay,
so was I in 60 feet when he cast his blink spell?
you wouldn't have seen
Or
him. You wouldn't have seen him.
even though he was in the torchlight when you said he cast when he teleported away, and we were
Oh.
at the entrance of the cave.
Biz would have been at the entrance of the cave. You wouldn't have been, as Biz and Aaron were in the lead, and you were kind of behind him a little bit, so you would not have seen him.
Well, he was walking towards them.
Right, you're walking
Whenever-
towards him, and yeah, he ran first to like the first round kind of thing. He ran first, and then blinked, so you wouldn't have seen the first blink anyways.
I'm talking about the second blink.
You wouldn't have seen him anyways. Because all that was happening kind of like as you guys were kind of just getting into the tunnel. But they're going around he ran around the corner now, as you guys now see that. And Carrick is instantly taking chase. Didn't even say a damn thing. He's already gone. He's already booking it towards wherever Edyak went deeper into the tunnel. What are you four doing then? I'm assuming just taking chase, double dash, just
Yeah.
running in.
It's following.
Yeah.
He's lockstep with Carrick.
Okay, so you're about 15 feet behind Carrick, then giving chase.
Can I use one of these to feline agility?
Oh, well then, yeah, okay, you're right next to him. Unless you want to go in front of Carrick, you can totally do that with feline agility. Unless you want to stay next to him.
Fuck it. I mean, I don't want to go ahead of him. I'll just go ahead and
Shoulder to
burn it
shoulder?
Yeah, shoulder to shoulder.
Easy enough. Okay. Then we're gonna do this. Let's play with a map.
Do-do-do.
There you go. For now, Biz, you're not here. Aaron's not here. And Mercer's not here. So, Mist and Carrick are shoulder to shoulder now running in here. You guys will catch up on the next round. unless they like, I don't know, depending on what they do, you guys will catch up. But they come around the corner now, and this is what they start to see. You start to see torches kind of lit up in this area. You see a couple gnomes kind of working about. Everybody's in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me switch the camera then. Okay, so the stream can now see it. There we go. All right. So, Carrick and Mist, you guys go around the corner first. You're about 60-ish feet ahead of your party. And you guys come around the corner to see a couple torch sconces lit. You see a couple gnomes kind of like just not even paying attention to what's going on. They're just like almost like mindless zombies at this point, just kind of just hitting the walls with pickaxes, just kind of doing their thing. Your dark vision is a little messed up from all these torches, though, so you do not see where Edgiac went at this point. But I will actually reveal some things. Since there is torchlight, you'd be able to see parts just from the light that the torches themselves are giving off. So give me one moment. You would actually see that, this, this.
There's supposed to be gaps in the map.
That's the light that the torch is giving off.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
I just didn't know if it was not loading on my map. That's all.
Oh yeah, no, it's supposed to look all gappy like that. That's just the light that the torches are giving off. The bright light sections. So I'm just gonna call it that. That's what you see right now. Actually, screw it. I'll just do that. Okay, you can see the down the like down the tunnel from the torches.
Can I do a perception check to look on like for either like to hear? Because I assume it's a mine, so it has to echo. So
to hear footsteps from somebody running,
or like footfall or tracking. Like to see his feet.
Sure. As there is other noises going on, just ding, ding. I mean, you have like pickaxes kind of going off, but you can definitely try.
I'll assist and give you advantage.
Okay, so both of you are kind of checking. Go ahead.
17.
Kind of hard to tell, honestly. It's just with so many different noises going on, and from the other pickaxes from the miners, it's kind of hard to tell. But since you use your turn to do a perception check, the rest of the party does catch up. So we will do that. Then Biz, Aaron, and Mercer. Let's kind of stack you up like that. But yeah, you guys catch up. Let's do this as well. Just because. Just for a little ambiance. I'll just do that cave ambiance in there. Okay, so with that, what do you guys wish to do? As you guys have no idea where he went now.
I would go straight down the way that they said that they were mining for the stuff, and yeah, I'm just gonna follow the cart path down like they said that they were.
We're not in combat, but only move your normal movement speed, unless you wish to dash.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're just gonna like walk, then move 30 feet. We're not in combat, but please only move 30 feet for now.
Yeah, I'm going to double dash.
Okay, well then you can move 60 feet then.
And I'd be keeping up with Biz as much as I can, so I'd double dash too.
Okay, So these miners are kind of just doing their thing. You guys can move as a unit. You guys don't have to like take turns or whatever. We're not in combat, we're just kind of moving around right now.
Well, while we're running, I would like to convey to Mist and Carrick what I learned about the two of them and their possible strengths, weaknesses, and distraction points.
Okay. Sounds good.
So I guess we're all just running down the tunnel.
Right. Biz, as you're passing, you see the gnome to your right, and he kind of looks to you and is like just shaking and is just watching you just pass, and he says, "Biz Ray?" You audibly hear him say your name.
I'm still running. I'll come back for you. And
What should we do?
Just get out.
We need to run.
Yeah, I'm like I'm like gone.
Okay.
Like by that time, I'm like I
Run.
kind of turned and saw him, and I was like, "Dude, get the fuck out!"
Fair enough.
Mist is just gonna look at me like, "Do you know where he went?"
Okay, so Miss stops. Everybody else is keep going. Everybody else, go ahead and move your 60 feet if you're still dashing.
I'm gonna go 30.
Go ahead and go 30. Carrick, go ahead and move. Miss stops, and you ask him, "Do you know what was your question?"
Where did he go? Like, have you seen Igyak or whoever? Like, have you seen him? Where did he go?
He kept running down the tunnel. I saw him. He just kept going.
Did he turn anywhere?
Not that I saw. I just saw him just keep following the cart path.
All right, thank you. Let's just
Uh,
go.
I stopped in front of that pile of what I'm assuming is Mizium.
Okay, so you stopped in front of this while everybody is still running, and you look down at it. It's viscous. It's liquid. Not 100% sure what it is, but it does have a green tinge to it, obviously. But you do hear like it's sizzling just a little bit. You're not quite sure what it is, but it's probably something acidic.
Can acid eat through glass?
Certain acids can.
Okay, I'm gonna pull out one of my empty vials from my herbalism kit, and I'm gonna scoop some of it into this jar.
Okay, easy enough. Okay, like no checks or anything needed. You scoop a little bit up and cork it.
Yep.
Okay.
Put it in my pocket. Keep going.
Okay, so you guys get to running, and all of that is revealed. You kind of see the layout of this part of the tunnel, and you see the couple. You guys are coming up. You see children, like the one to Mercer's immediate left, like the top of the map, and Biz's left. Everybody's left side. That's a child right there, just kind of just tink, tink, and she's just so scared. Like she heard you guys yell. It was like you should run, and she's just so distraught with fright. She doesn't know what to do, and her pickaxe is like getting closer to the wall, and you can audibly hear her shaking because it's tapping it up against the wall, and she's just staring at you, not moving. The other miner that was to Aaron's right now is slowly starting to walk this way and sees you guys running and just kind of just drops the pickaxe and just starts to book it out of the tunnel, and along with a couple of the others. But that one child is not moving. She just seems to be too terrified.
Would I have?
You would have noticed. You would have noticed her as you were coming up. You would have noticed her, seen her. Just
when I was running past the person who recognized me, whenever I turned to like yell at them, would I see who it was?
I I would say probably not, only because A, they're really dirty right now. B, you were not focusing on that. You were focusing on let's give chase. You know what I mean? And B, I mean, there is some light, but it's kind of hard to tell. It could have been maybe like a friend you knew, maybe your father's or your father. It could have been your friend's dad. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell at this point, as everybody's almost looking the same, as everybody's just kind of wearing those like potato sacks, and it's just filthy. It's kind of hard to tell who's who at that point in time.
Okay, so seeing as we're kind of towards the end now, I'm assuming that's where it ends. As far as we can see, like it doesn't look like it keeps going, or is that?
You would notice that the tunnel probably keeps going for about another 50 feet, and then it ends. And you'll see at the end of the carts, at the end of the rail cart system, is some kind of like door leading down.
Okay.
And the hatch
just
is
going
open.
to...
The hatch is open, by the way. It's not closed.
I'm going to keep running, assuming that somebody will come back for their child. I can't.
Okay.
The only way we can save these people is by killing him. So I just keep running.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll be right behind her still. I might look to the child and just say run again.
Alrighty.
That'll be it.
Then give me one moment. Wait for something to load. So you guys, everybody's just kind of just running and following Biz at this point? I'm sorry?
I'm going to pause.
Okay.
Because everybody is going to that hole in the ground.
Right.
And we have to take turns going through the hole in the ground.
Right.
So while they're waiting their turn to go through the hole, I'm going to kneel in front of the little girl and gently take the pickaxe out of her hand. Say,
she actually has a lot of resistance right now because she's like,
okay.
I mean, you take it from her, but she's like got a death grip on this thing and it slides out of her hands and she kind of looks to you. Are you going to hurt me?
No. I want you to run and I want you to go find your family.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And she just books it out the tunnel or starts making her way out.
And now I will follow the people down the hole in the ground.
Okay. I need everybody to go here. Everybody in?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Looks like it. Okay. Let me change the view for the stream a little. That's fine. Okay. So, you guys all start going down the tunnel then, or not down the tunnel, down the shaft part. Biz, you get to her first, and you look and you see a ladder leading straight down, and you instantly just start going down the ladder, followed by one the rest of your party. And you guys end up in this little spot right here. Now, as you enter, you are seeing these green glows from the ground, and this is not something you are familiar with, Biz. You've never seen this in a mine shaft before.
Okay.
The rocks seem to be glowing just a little bit in certain spots, and you could only assume this is probably the Mysium that they were speaking of, that this is something new that you've never seen before nor heard of. So this is probably what they spoke of.
Is it just piles of it, or is it rocks throwing up out of the ground?
It's rocks, but they just have they glow a bit. You know what I mean? So it's not like a liquid on the surface. It's literally the rocks themselves giving off a bit of a light.
Does it look like they're growing up out of the ground?
No.
Point, or is it just piles of?
Yeah, it's just yeah, exactly. It's just piles where they've been collecting.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, that is what you see. There is ambient light being given off from the Mysium itself. So there are no torches in this room, but it's pretty well lit just from the light giving off by the Mysium.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna double dash until I can find something that looks like an enemy.
Well, as soon as
Yeah.
you guys get down and you guys have gathered yourselves, like everybody's here, cool. As soon as you get down, you just hear a voice shout out, "Let's make this interesting. Come and play. I haven't had a good workout in a while." As you notice the voice being Edgiak.
I'm going to.
Now do you want to walk? You want to dash? What do you want to do?
Yeah, I'm going to. What was that?
I'm just
5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Okay.
30. I would walk there, and
30.
before I dash, or run there before I dash. I would see
do
if
you-
I can see them.
What are you three doing in the back?
I'm gonna follow Biz, but I want to get here and stop in front of this pile. And is it the same as the one that I stopped at in
No.
the verse?
No, that was liquid that you found. This is not liquid. This is solid stone that's glowing.
Solid stone, just like tiny stones, or one giant?
There's tiny. It's mainly giant stone that's in the ground, but there is like dust of it being like on top of it. You know what I mean? Like you can walk up to it and you see this green glowing rock with a little bit like where they've been chipping away at it. There is smaller pieces. But it is mainly a solid rock in the ground.
And it's not making that weird sizzling sound that I heard?
No.
I'm gonna get to where I was. If I didn't see anything like around the corner, then I'm just gonna keep running.
Does it? Yeah. Does it still keep going for quite a distance?
You are starting to notice that the elevation does change a bit. You guys have been running kind of flat, and then it starts to go down a bit, and it's probably going to end up leveling off a little bit. Let's see. You would
these
see
circle things?
those are boulders. Sorry. So you see these big boulders, and then the smaller circles are just barrels. Who knows what's inside? But they're barrels.
Okay.
So yeah, the smaller brown circles are barrels. The big grayish ones are obviously they're just big rocks, big boulders. You would start to see then from where you're at. That's really about it, as the boulder's kind of blocking your line of sight a bit.
Second, it was reconnecting.
Yeah, reconnecting. That's weird. Give it a sec. I just got the same thing happen to me.
Yes.
All right, it looks like it's loaded up for me. Are we good?
It says I'm connected, but the map is completely empty. Let me try one more time. Okay, I'm loaded up, but there's nothing that I see behind the boulder in front of me. And then, okay.
Do you see that?
Yeah, it looks.
Did you see me?
Oh, there it goes. Yep. I saw that.
Okay. All right.
So
but yeah,
Biz's instinct is to go this way, so I'm just gonna keep dashing.
Okay. Carrick missed. You guys are still staying behind. What are you doing?
I guess I'll start running up.
I would have dashed with Biz, seeing nobody.
Okay. As you guys are now starting to come around the corner a bit, you see. Let's see. Okay. Carrick's moving up. Aaron's kind of messing with the rock. And see this boulder right here. Starting to see a little bit of light giving off from the Mysium as well. That's what Mercer would see. So we'll do that too. Move the camera for the stream. All right, cool. You would then, actually, yeah, you'd be able to see this. As you're running around the corners and everything, you see a white dragonborn start to approach. And he stops right around here. And he just looks at whoever he can see at this point, which is, I mean, pretty much everybody. Pretty much everybody. He sees you all and just says, "So, these are the lot. Huh? Ed Yak, I'm assuming these are it? I thought I heard the pitter-patter of weaklings." As he says that, he kind of notices a blue sea elf kind of running towards him. Well, I'll be fucking damned. I remember you. What was your
Must
name?
not remember me that well then.
Carrick, that was your name. It took me a moment. I remember Carrick. Yeah, you were a good deckhand. You were a very good deckhand. What brings you here?
You. And I want to lob a Eldritch Blast at him.
Oh, shit. Okay. Go for it.
Get him, Joe. Carrick.
Who's Joe? I was about to say, who's Joe? Carrick.
Carrick's middle name is Joe. You
Oh,
didn't know
okay. I'm like, Carrick Joe Nightbreeze. What do we get, Joe?
Hold on. I'm having issues. 17 to hit.
Misses.
No, sorry. 15 on die. 22 to hit.
Hits. Okay. Go ahead and roll your damage. Okay. As you see this white dragonborn with no shirt on, just a bit of scraps around his legs, a staff in his hand, and just kind of walking up, saying this to Carrick. Carrick launches an Eldritch Blast at him. What was the damage?
16.
16 from one Eldritch Blast?
Doesn't it do 2d10?
Isn't it 1d10 per attack? Because you get 2 attacks?
Doesn't it go up because I'm levels?
You just get another attack, I believe.
I think you just get another attack, dude.
Then it would be 10.
Yeah, 2 beams at 5th level. So yeah, you just get 2 attacks with your Eldritch Blast is what it is. So it's just 1d... roll to hit, and per beam. Okay, so 10?
10.
All right. And with that... Mozu's talking smack, essentially, and he sees this Eldritch Blast coming at it, but he notices it's a little too late, and it pegs him right in the chest. And he just looks up at you. You learned a few tricks, but you still look as weak as ever. I need all of y'all to roll initiative.
Finally, yes, please.
How dare you offend Carrick Joe Nightbreeze? Now,
Carrick Joe Nightbreeze. Alright, give me a second. Alrighty. Roll some initiative stuffs. Alright, Mercer.
4.
Nice. Carrick.
10.
10. Aaron.
11.
Missed.
Fucking roll some initiative. 18. Let's go.
Biz.
15.
1-5.
No, 5-0 is my initiative.
Okay.
I couldn't tell if you said 15 or 16.
Oh, okay.
Okay, 15. All right. Good to
Fucking
know.
go. He attacks 4 times.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Then with that. Okay. With that. Let's see. Top of you guys, we got good old Mist usually being up front. Then we have Biz. And we have Aaron. Then we have Carrick. And then Mercer bringing up the rear.
I try my best with that.
I think it's your spot now. Like, you finish strong. That's what it is.
That's it. All right. So, with that, Mozu gets to go first. Mozu, taking this Eldritch Blast hit. You see him just look at you. Clicks his heels. Instantly runs over to Carrick and is going to take some attacks at you. As he's running at you, he goes, "Stand down, you don't stand a chance!" That's gonna be a 24 to hit with the first strike.
Yeah.
Second strike is a 22 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, first attack. He runs up to you and spin kicks you into your side. And that is going to... You take 6 bludgeoning damage. The second strike comes from his quarterstaff, which bop hits you right on the side of the right on the collarbone.
Mm-hmm.
That one again also 6. So you take 12 points of bludgeoning damage total. As this quarterstaff hits you, you instantly feel this like sensation. It's like, why do I feel weak for him? Like something has drained you a bit. You're not losing any hit points or anything, but you just feel this like sense of weaknesses for a moment. That was some movement. That was action. He is now going to, what was that? 5, 10, 15, 20, 35 feet of movement-ish. We'll call it 35. Then he is now just looking you dead in the eyes, Carrick.
Mm-hmm.
Says, I don't want to spend a lot of time on you. Let's have some more fun. And he backs off and goes right at Biz.
Bring it.
Damn, what is up with the freaking gnome? Me not being able to hit the effing gnome. 16.
No.
Okay, because here comes another attack.
Okay. I was
Okay.
gonna say no.
This attack's going to hit. And that one is a 24
Yeah.
to hit. 24 to hit.
Hey, DM,
Yes.
would I have gotten an attack of opportunity?
Yes, you would have. You may. You may take an attack of opportunity against him. What are you doing as your attack of opportunity?
Swinging out with my staff.
Okay.
18 to hit.
18 misses. Biz, I need you. Hold on, wait a minute. Okay, so you missed the first attack. Hits with the second attack. Let me do that real quick. You take 9 points of bludgeoning damage as he elbows you in the right in the face, just bah! Just like right across your face. 9 points of bludgeoning. Then I need. Let me see. Where is it? Where is it? There we go. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
That is a 12.
12. When he hits you across the face with the elbow, you're literally seeing stars for a moment as you are now stunned. And then with that, oh wow, okay. Doesn't go that far. He goes right there, ending his turn. This is great! You just hear Mozu scream. Now, you all hear the voice of Edgiak. Don't have too much fun, Mozu. I see they had a little gnome with them. Let's keep this interesting. With that, Mist, you're up.
Mist just sees what happens to the character. Winces. Sees what happens to Biz. Winces again. Looks out to Mozu.
You can't see Mozu right now from where you're standing.
Oh, I can't?
Nope. You gotta move a little bit, you can. Now you can see Mozu.
Mist is just call out to him. You know, there's not any place you can't fucking go that I can't get you. And it's really hard to run when you're on your back. I'm going to roll my sharpshooter, but I will also go ahead and use my last thunder arrow.
Okay, go for it. Roll to hit.
25.
Hits.
I am also going to use a battle maneuver for tripping attack.
Okay, what is that?
DC 15 strength.
Strength saving throw. Okay, thank you. DC 15. That is a 17. So you hit him, you can do your damage. He does not fall prone. No sneak attack damage.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
trying to do just adding, and then I'm trying to grab the right die to roll for superiority. 13 plus 6. So it's 19 piercing.
Okay, good to know. 19. Very good.
And 5 thunder.
So 24 total. Okay. Okay. Cool beans, cool beans.
Alright, I'll use my second attack. and I will go ahead and use sharpshooter for this one.
You will do sharpshooter?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
22.
Hit.
Cool. Alright, so 22. So 23.
23 points of damage. Alrighty. So, as Mist runs up, fires 2 arrows, hitting Mozu in his shoulders, and Mozu just screams out a bit in pain. "Ugh! You're next. Ending your turn. Mist, ending your turn.
Yeah, I'll save fucking extra attack.
Okay. Biz, you are stunned, so you cannot take any actions. You lose a turn. Aaron, you're up.
Okay. Can I see Mosey from where I am?
You can move up a little bit, probably get a better vantage point, but you can kind of see him.
Where would I have to move to get a better vantage point?
I would say all you had to do is just go like 5, 10. Mercer's kind of in your way, depending on what you're trying to do. But right here, I'd say right there, I'd say you'd be good. You can see him.
Okay. I am going to cast Tidal Wave.
Tidal wave.
Yeah. Okay, I want the wave to appear in front of everybody, all of my allies, but right behind Mozu and as big as the tunnel is wide.
Let me reread this real quick. You conjure a wave of water that crashes down an area within range. Range 120 feet, so you can definitely reach out. You get 30 feet long, up to 10 feet wide, and up to 10 feet tall. Each creature in that area must make a dex saving throw. Failed save, creature takes 48 bludgeoning damage and is not prone. Successful, creature takes half as much damage as is not prone. Water then spreads out across the ground in all directions, extinguishing unprotected flames. Okay, so what's the dimensions? Like where are we going with this again? Like where you want the landing?
Okay. I want the land. I'm going to move my little token. I want it to start right here.
Okay.
And be the width of the tunnel that he's running down.
Okay.
Did it say at max 10 feet
It has
wide?
to actually, like, it doesn't move on him. You have to like cast it on him.
Oh, okay. So where
He's standing, you can be like bop and drop a tidal wave on him.
Okay, I would like to drop a tidal wave on him.
There you go.
Right where he is.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right, now it's all good. All right, so I gotta make a dex saving throw. What's the DC?
I believe it's a 15. That's my spell save DC,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so DC 15 dex save for Mozu. That is a 21 on his dex saving throw.
Okay.
So he would take half damage.
Yeah. So I just rolled 2d8.
You roll 4d8.
That's 9. Oh, so I have to roll all 4 and then just cut it in half?
Correct.
I can't just roll 2? Okay.
No.
16. So that's 21.
Okay, so that, half of that would be 10.
So he takes 10 bludgeoning damage.
He, as the wave hits him, you just see him kind of brace and like almost like jump over the wave just a bit and just lands on his feet, taking no damage.
Sweet.
That was your action and 15 feet of your movement.
Yeah.
Bonus action, or you're gonna end your turn.
I'm gonna end my turn. I don't want to
Alright.
waste it.
Carrick, you're up.
All right. Move right up next to Mist, and
Yep.
then I'm going to cast Toll the Dead on him. So I need a Wisdom save.
Wisdom save. That is probably going to be a failure. A 9.
Yes, that is a failure.
Do your thing. Rolls a 9.
Oh, come on.
That is 21 points of necrotic damage.
Woo! Very nice. Okay. Right. That was your action? Anything else?
Don't think I have anything as a bonus action that would reach him.
Okay. Ending your
Yeah,
turn?
That'll be my turn.
Rock him.
Okay. So, Toll the Dead happens, and you see, like, part of his scales start to rot away a bit, and he just screams a bit, "Ah! Carrick, you're just full of surprises, aren't you?"
You ain't seen nothing yet, Mozu.
Mercer, you're up.
So we still never saw the other Dragonborn?
Do you see him on the map?
No, but we heard him. Did
Oh, you heard
did
him.
we hear him from over in Mozu's direction?
Oh, yeah. It came from Moses' direction, definitely.
Okay. Is that a wall behind him, or is there more that we just can't see?
You just can't see it yet. You guys aren't far
Okay.
enough in yet.
I'm gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20. Do I see the red Dragonborn? Yeah.
Let's see. Do you see the red Dragonborn? Survey says... No.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Hold Person on Mozu then.
DC
16.
16 con save?
Wisdom.
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 That is a total of wisdom. That is a total of 24.
Shit.
I don't like these fucking rolls.
He doesn't like your rolls either. That shit hurts.
I don't like this shit. What the fuck? Oh, bring back the big fucking guy that always rolled 1s and 2s. Bring him back.
You want to bring him back?
Star.
I don't want to. This is too much fun to watch you guys squirm a bit.
Okay. I'm gonna quicken cast a Ray of Frost at him.
Roll to hit.
Uh, 27.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna hit.
Okay, so he loses 10 feet of movement.
Correct. Roll your damage.
10 cold damage.
Uh-huh.
And that will be my turn.
How much was the damage? I'm sorry.
10.
10. Okay, got it. Okay. You see that ray of frost hits him, and he kind of shrugs it off a bit. It still did damage, but not as much as you had hoped. But he has lost 10 feet of his movement speed. Alrighty. With that, top of the order, Mozu will 35 feet directly ahead and comes right at Mist as he looks back
Why?
at him because he looked right at you and said, "You're next." So he's coming right at you.
He's a fucking liar. He's a goddamn pirate.
That's a shit. That is a 21 to hit.
Fuck off.
Second one is a 23 to hit.
I said fuck off.
Fuck off, man!
What part of this did you not understand?
Okay, so the first hit, he comes and punches you right in the gut. And that is a total of 10 bludgeoning damage. Second hit comes from the quarterstaff and pegs you right in the side of the head. And that one is a 9 points of bludgeoning damage. Then he will then... Let's see. You see him whirl up for 2 more attacks. Ooh, that one might miss. Does a 15 hit.
Yes.
Alrighty, so the third attack. Phew, you duck out of the way of that one. Does a 17 hit.
Just barely.
Okay, so then that last one will connect with a knee to your abdomen. That is 8 bludgeoning damage. So you get pop, pop, misses the third attack, wham, hits you with the fourth, and then you guys are witnessing Mist take a pummeling, and Mozu kind of just looks at you and just says, "You want to reach out and touch me? You gotta catch me first." 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Oh, I'll take my time.
What are you taking an attack of opportunity with?
Pause.
Oh, your claw? Go for it.
So, this is the first time I've ever rolled this.
Roll the
Okay,
D4.
so-
D4
yeah.
plus strength modifier. If you
Okay,
hit, if you hit.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what I was trying to figure out. I was like, what do I roll to hit? And I'm like, wait, no.
Roll to hit is roll plus proficiency plus strength modifier.
Okay, so that's. I'm making 17 plus strength modifier.
Plus strength bonus plus proficiency bonus.
So that's 17 plus 2, 19 plus 3, 22.
22 hit. So roll 1d4 plus strength modifier for the damage.
Uh, 4 points.
4. Okay. Good deal. As he's running away, you slash him and like catch him like in the back a little bit. And Mozu didn't like shook it off like he didn't even notice. And that's where he ends his turn. You now see Edgiak appear. No weapon in his hand at this point. Just arms crossed. And just yells out, "Mozu, take it easy. I want to see the little gnome quiver. I know she's got to have some family here." And with that,
Am I go or is it?
no, it's Edgiak's turn still. Let me see. Let's have a little bit of fun.
So if I'm doing just initiative in my head, it's now Mozu, Edgiak, me,
Correct.
and then the rest. Okay.
They rolled very high for their initiatives. Where'd it go? Okay. Edgiak looking. We'll shout out. Resistance is futile. You all Yes, I had to throw it out there. Resistance is futile. Why don't you all lay down your arms? I need Mercer, Carrick, Mist, Biz.
If he's casting a spell, I'm doing counterspell.
Mercer, Carrick, Mist, Biz, Aaron, all to make a dexterity saving throw as he is casting Fireball.
I'm counterspelling.
Okay. Then he will use his reaction to counterspell your counterspell.
What? You can do that?
Yeah.
They're gonna trace Buster. Yes.
I need all of you to make dexterity saving throws.
Okay.
19.
Okay.
17.
17, 19. Aaron?
20.
Missed. 21. Biz?
18.
Damn!
I
All
didn't
of you
even
rolled
use my
very
brain for the
well.
Very first time.
I don't know his DC. Hold on one second. Let me check his DC. Everybody succeeded. Okay, so you take half damage.
Yeah.
Rolling.
That's a total of 25 cut in half to 12.
Thank God.
Roll kind of low.
Can he, if he's in the middle of casting Fireball, can he still cast counterspell? They're both verbal components.
Mist, you are up.
You can say two different spells at the same time.
Mercer, he can use his reaction, but the spell is 4. Mist, you're up.
Cool. All right. Mist will turn to look at Ediac. Really? That you haven't been doing this evil thing a long fucking time, have you? Because that can't let that be your catchphrase.
I just had to say it just because we have some 7 of 9 stuff going on right now. It had to be said.
So well, okay. I don't want to burn a fucking perception check to like see what's on him, but like having been as close to as I was in the fight and then watching him, like what do I notice about his body?
Okay, when you walk past him, you're talking about like equipment he might have.
Right. So
Kind of,
like that
it's
sword.
honestly kind of the same thing I described earlier. You see the sword, you see the shield, you see he's got a cloak on, you see the armor. I mean, other than that, I mean, he's got a pouch with some stuff, but I mean, other than that, you don't really see, like, he's not carrying a bow. You don't see a crossbow. You don't see anything like that, if that's what you're looking for. You never noticed it before.
Okay. All right. I know Ediac is there.
Oh, you can see him. Yeah, you can see him.
No. I'm just going through process in my head.
Okay.
So I know Ediac is there. However, we've been doing all this damage to Mozu, and the longer they're there, Mist is realizing that this is them pulling the tactic we were supposed to pull on them to divert attention and split packs. So Mist is just going to say, "Focus your fucking fire," and I am going to let off with a non-sharpshooter shot at Mozu.
Go for it.
25.
Hit.
Okay. I will spend my third superiority die
Okay.
to trip attack.
Okay. Was that, you said DC 14, right?
15.
15. That's a natural 16 on the die.
Okay.
Plus stuff, so.
Plus proficiency
Yep,
bonuses.
you get your
Okay.
damage though. Yep, you get your damage
Alright.
though.
So That's 10 plus the d8. 13.
Okay. Okay.
I'm then going to go ahead. Second attack.
Second attack.
Sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter.
21.
Hit.
Alright. 19?
Misses.
No, damage.
Oh,
I rolled a 21 to hit.
sorry.
You said
Sorry.
it
I'll
hit.
think of other things. Okay. Yeah. 19 damage. Go for it. Cool. Sweet.
Okay.
My bad. I was thinking of other things. Got it.
Action surge.
Action surge. 2 more attacks. Go for it.
Sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter.
22.
22 hits.
Okay. I'll just roll the other attack. Sharpshooter.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20 misses.
Fuck me. Okay, so that's going to be 18.
18. Okay. Very nice. Yeah, you guys are roughing Mozu up. Definitely roughing him up, that's for sure. That was all your attacks. You have bonus action and movement.
I thought burning my extra attacks was my bonus action.
No, action
Like
surge
a-
is just an ability.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure. Then I'll go ahead and I'll burn my second one right now.
Okay, go for it. Any movement or are you done?
Yeah, I can move.
Cool. Biz, you are up.
Okay. Things are going poorly. Okay, so I'm going to move.
Okay, that's 10.
Okay, I'm gonna stop there.
Yep.
And I am going to pull from the bag of tricks and throw me a animal 20 feet.
Okay, roll a d8.
Come on, something big. I don't need a rat, okay? I don't need that. I
Roll a
want
D8.
lion. God damn it.
What'd you roll?
A 1.
Oh, I think it is a rat.
Literally a rat. That is a rat. So I throw a cute little rat 20 feet in front of me.
Okay.
Great. I literally just said it so that it would happen.
That's funny. I think I have a rat mini in here.
It should be. I think it might be the big ones. Though,
Right.
But you could make it small.
Uh-huh.
So anyway, that's gonna be 20 feet in front of me.
I'm just gonna use this guy right here. Just throw a little cobalt out there.
Great.
There you go. All right, it's a rat.
Great. And
5, 10, 15, 20.
so that was my action.
That was your action. You have bonus action and movement still. Some movement. You got 10 feet of movement left.
I will use. My bonus action, second wind, and I'm just gonna stay right there.
Okay.
And that's it.
Aaron, you're up.
Okay. Are they both at 120 feet of me? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have to move from where I am. Okay.
You can
I'm gonna-
see them both, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Spike Growth.
Okay. Okay.
I want it to originate. I'll move the little.
Okay.
Somewhere around here so we can get both of them.
Okay. Easy enough.
Okay.
Okay, so you're casting a spiked growth.
east.
All right. So I believe, let's see, 20-foot radius. They'll definitely get them both. So if they move, they're going to take 2d4 for every 5 feet. Got it.
Okay, and they don't have to make a perception check because
Yeah,
they
can
were
see
in.
it. Yep. They
Yeah,
saw
okay.
you cast it. So they know what happened. Okay.
Okay,
Got it.
good deal. And then I would like to use my bonus act. Wait, no, hold on. Nope, can't do it because they both require concentration. Dang it.
Yep. Spike growth is concentration. Yep.
Okay, I'll use my bonus action to cast Healing Word at first level to Mist. Did everybody just go out? Can they hear
No.
me?
What'd you say? You said
Oh,
what
okay.
to miss? I'm sorry.
Oh, I want to cast Healing Word on Mist.
Okay. Use your bonus action. Cast healing
Okay.
word on miss. Go for it.
Okay. That's 5 points of healing.
Okay. Miss. Deal yourself 5 points. Ending your turn.
Can I yell an obscenity at them?
You sure can. You go right for it.
Awesome. Wait, no. I don't know what obscenity Aaron would come up with because I haven't thought of like wood elf themed curse words.
Okay.
But it's something real disrespectful, whatever it is.
Fair enough. They just shake their heads like they didn't understand a word you just said. Carrick, you're up.
So.
Carrick,
All
you're up.
right. For my bonus action, I'm gonna burn 3 of my D6 healing light.
Okay. On.
Me.
Oh, damn. So bonus action, healing light on yourself. Okay.
All right, and then I'm gonna do another Toll the Dead on Mozu.
On Mozu, go for it. All right, so that's a wisdom. Wisdom.
Yes.
Okay.
DC 15 Wisdom save.
Dang it. That's a 13. So he fails. Go for it. Roll that damage.
$16 points of necrotic.
Ouch. Yeah, you definitely roughing Mozu up. Okay, so that was bonus action and action. Okay, so Toll the Dead, once again, just starts to eat away some of the scales as a little bit of fleshy part starts to come out on his chest, and he's just starting to hold it as he's looking pretty rough. Like, he's getting really roughed up. He's just like, Carrick, you're going to pay for this.
It's been a long time coming, Mozu.
Anything else?
I'm gonna walk towards him.
Okay, you got 30 feet of movement. Go as far as you want.
Yep. Right there.
Alrighty. Mercer, you're up.
I'm just gonna say you guys are fucking annoying and cast Fireball in the middle of them.
Okay.
16 deck saves.
Okay. 16 deck saves. All right, so we'll do Mozu first since he's up front. Mozu. That is deck save of 27. Dexterity saving throw. So he's going to take half. Edgiak. Deck save. That is a 16. So they're both going to take half damage. Go for it.
31.
Okay, so 31 cut in half will be 15. Mozu jumps out of the way and is unscathed completely from your fireball, while Edgiak takes the 15 damage, but doesn't.
Oh, I
doesn't
forgot.
doesn't
I get
seem-
+5, so 36.
okay, 36. So
18.
18.
18.
Okay, so
Alright.
Edgiak would take 18 points of damage, but it doesn't seem to do as much damage as you'd hoped.
And then for my bonus action, I'm just
Hold on.
turning.
Go. I'll say later. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you.
Just turning a level 1 spell slot into a sorcery point.
Okay,
You get a sorcery point back.
good enough. Any movement?
No, just
Okay. It is now Mozu's turn.
He moved though, right?
Who moved?
Moser.
No, Mozu's still sitting right there.
Oh, he didn't like move. Oh, I thought you said like he jumped out of the way, so I thought like he like physically jumped. My bad.
Oh, I mean, it's just a ability he has.
Because I was gonna say if he moved, then wouldn't he have triggered spike growth?
No, yeah, I get what you're saying. No, he hasn't moved from it.
Okay.
If you guys haven't figured out what he is, what is he? What is
He's a
Mozu?
monk.
Okay, monks have
He's a monk.
evasion.
He successfully evaded.
Yeah, I didn't know like he used the weight or like
Yep.
you're like he jumped out of the way. Like okay.
With that, Mozu will then, holding his chest, stare at Carrick. Maybe we need to save this for another day. Maybe I gave you too little credit. And Mozu then, knowing the spike growth is there, jumps and lands, and you don't know exactly where he goes. Edgiak will then, because that ended Mozu's turn. Edgiak will now. He knows it's there. Let me see what we can do. He's definitely gonna be taking at least 10 feet of damage as he's running away.
You just lay down and make that.
Just lay down and roll around in it.
Make the little thorn angel, you know? Sure.
We'll do this. Ooh, I forgot about that. Hold on one second. Let's do this. Just for funsies. Now we'll hold on to that. Let's just do this. Where is... Yeah. I need Mercer and Aaron to make dexterity saving throws for me, please.
$18.
17.
Okay, both of you succeed. As... Hold on. You guys take 16 points of lightning damage each as he casts a lightning bolt directly at you. And then Edgiak will just say, "Let's end this game with some extraordinary fun. You're going to love this, because I know I am," as he runs off. Mist, you're up.
How much damage did he take from Spike Grove?
Was it 2d4 per 5 feet, right? So roll 4d4.
Yes. Okie dokie. $12 points of piercing damage.
Very good. Okay. The reason why you guys aren't seeing in here very well, I mean, Mist, you moved up. I'm going to start revealing a little bit more of the map. But the topography, again, was starting to go down and now it's starting to level out. You know what I mean? So once you start going down more towards that boulder, you'll be able to see, like, really what's more ahead. You understand? Does that make sense? Okay. With that, let me do this. Yeah, that's about... I'll give you that. That's what you can see from right there. Or that. I'm sorry. You see that?
Oh, fuck. Mrs. is gonna yell back to everyone. There's a fucking blind spot up ahead. Be careful.
Okay. Ending your turn?
Yeah, I did, oh, wait, no, because I just used feline superiority. But that was my movement.
Yeah, that was
But
your
then I
movement.
guess I could move another 30 for action.
You could if you wanted. Alright. Now you can start to see what's going on in this room. Or, well, not this room, but you know what I mean, like this area. You... can see... Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna do this. Because the boulders are in your way, line of sight. I'll give you that much. That's what you see.
Okay.
Alrighty. Biz, you're up.
Okay. I will. So they're just not here.
You don't. Yeah, you can't see him right now.
But we saw them run off.
Oh yeah. You definitely saw them running back towards deeper into the mine.
Okay, and since it's not on the map, do we know where Spike Growth is? It's like generally in front of Carrick-ish.
It's more. I'm gonna grab Mist real quick. Spike Growth is kind of in this area right now. So you know, if you stayed along the wall, you wouldn't touch the Spike Growth.
Okay.
That's how I'm ruling it. You saw her cast it, but you know, like just because of where it ended up landing, if you stay along that wall, you won't touch the Spike Growth, so you'll be fine.
Can I immediately drop my concentration if it's not my turn, or do I have to wait for my turn?
You have to wait for your turn.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, so that's 30.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to hold my action until someone gets closer. But for right now, I am going to
What action are you
bonus action. Attack. I'm gonna swing with my Solar Greatsword two-handed.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a potion.
That's your bonus action?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So 4d4 plus, or no,
2d4 plus 2 for a regular
2d4.
potion. Yep, 2d4 plus 2. Ending your turn then?
Yeah, just holding my action. Yeah.
Okay. Aaron, it is your turn.
Okay. I'm going to move.
Go for it. $30. Okay.
Okay. If I use my Fury ability, I wouldn't get everybody from this position, right?
You would not.
Okay.
Everybody except Mist.
Okay. I'll burn my action to dash another 30 feet.
Go for it. Okay.
Okay. And I can't hold a bonus action.
No, you can hold it. You can hold an action.
Okay. Okay. Then I'm gonna stop there.
Okay. Cool beans. Cool beans. Carrick, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna take dash. Get up here.
How many feet of movement was that?
60.
Okay, you get right about there. All right, so Carrick, as you're running up and peeking around the corner of this boulder, you can now see I'll just reveal it. Carrick, you can now see what looks like Mozu and Edyak standing on top of a few piles of rocks, and 3 ropes are now behind Edyak, as from the ceiling you see 3 gnomes with their heads covered hung above this very, very deep pit, hanging by their hands. They're kind of kicking around a little bit, hanging by their hands, essentially, being tied from them to the ceiling a bit, down over towards Edyak, and that's what you see. Ending your turn,
Yep.
Mercer.
Did she say she dropped spike growth?
You would have seen it dissipate. You saw her drop it. You would have seen it.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and then I dash 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Yep.
And I still wouldn't see anything, so I would
Uh-uh.
just kind of sit there.
Okay. All right, top of the round then. Whoops. Yeah. You hear Edgiak. You hear Edgiak shout, "Bring me the little gnome. I want to see the panic on her face. And if any of you decide to do anything funny, it's not going to end well for these 3 here." Mist, you're up.
Did I hear that?
Oh, everybody heard that. He shouted that. Everybody heard it.
If I looked at Mozu, how's he looking? Looking a little rough there, looking a little tattered.
Not as bad as he left. He looks a lot better now. As you cross that threshold of where you were, you hear Mozu shout, If any one of you goes farther than the one that's in front of us now, it's not going to end very well. Go ahead, Mist.
Let's just look at Mozu. There's 3 in front of you. Which one are you talking about?
The 3 in front of you?
The 3 hanging in front of them.
Oh, there's you see 3 gnomes with sacks over their head
So
hanging
which
above
one?
the pit.
Which one can I not move in front of?
If you want to
Like,
test me, come on. You want to test it? Come on.
You know what?
Make my day.
Really? Just bringing out all the platitudes.
Got to, man. Got to.
You know what? Fuck this dude. I'm taking a fucking sharpshooter at Mozu.
Okay.
That's a nat 20.
Go ahead and roll your damage.
So, D10. 22.
22 total?
Yes.
Plus D
Oh,
plus
that's 4.
plus 10 from your bow? Or was that the crit?
Yeah,
The crit made it 22.
No. Okay, so it's...
What's your normal damage? What'd you roll? 22?
it was 8 plus 4 is 12. Plus 10, yeah, 22.
Okay, so 22 damage. The
Didn't you sharpshooter?
That's how I get plus 10.
But you get plus 10 from a crit.
right
Also.
because the bow. That's what I'm getting at.
32.
Yeah, your bow does
So
a D10, so you add 10 to your total.
Oh, but you were saying do the roll. Like I wasn't doing the crit damage roll for that. I was just rolling damage because I thought you were just gonna apply it all.
Yeah, I apply it
So-
afterwards. So your normal damage is 22. If it was a normal hit, it
Okay.
would have been 22.
Yes.
Okay, so 32. Okay, so 32 points of damage. Very good. 32 points of damage. As Mozu gets hit in the chest with this arrow, he yanks it out and just reaches behind him and pulls one of the ropes. Ah! Everybody audibly hears. Mist, you see it as number 3 falls into this pit. Ah! It just echoes throughout the chamber. Everyone hears this scream. That was fucking dumb, but fucking awesome. Do it again, kitty cat. Bring it on. What's wrong? Don't want to play anymore?
You know. Oh, that's fine.
Alrighty. Biz, you're up.
I'm going to... Yeah, just double dash and get up there.
Go for it.
Yeah. 35, 50, 55.
You can move in front of Mist if you want, just so you can see it, like literally right in front of him. You could
Yeah,
move through his
okay.
spot. That's fine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yep. There you go. Alright, give me 1 second. Come on, computer. I apologize, something's not working right. Here we go. Why? There we go. Okay. So you use your movement and action to get there. What do you wish to do? All right, so I'll put you this way. As soon as you cross that threshold, you see Ed Gyak look at you. There you are. And you now see 2 gnomes, heads covered with sacks, muffled, just wiggling around a bit, tied up by their hands, hanging from the ceiling. Ed Gyak standing there. And Mozu also standing there, next to the ends of the ropes. Let me do this.
I totally closed that for some reason.
Yep, hold on 1 second. We're going to do this. Ed Gyak looks to you. Yes, you're the one I wanted to see. Little gnome. You see, like, he's actually starting to salivate a bit. Like, he's really, like, enjoying this a little too much. You. I don't know, and nor do I care. If you even know the 2 under these masks. But I want you to choose who lives and who dies. You have 10 seconds. Rope 1, as he points to the one corresponding to 1. Forgot to change that. There we go. Points to the first rope, and then points to the second rope. Or rope 2. And if anybody else says anything, they're both gonna fall. 10 seconds. 1.
DM question.
Yes.
Can I throw my axe? Or can I throw my sword?
You sure can.
How far can I throw it?
Not as far as you would hope.
Yep.
It would be an
probably
athletics check.
not that.
It would be an athletics check, but you can try. If you really want to, you sure can try. It'd be an athletics check to see how far it would go.
No. 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 If we're not in combat,
We're not in combat right now.
so I'm going to, the minute that he says, you know, you choose who dies, I'm going to say, I choose you, and I'm going to get a 10-foot running start.
Yep.
Jump over the chasm.
Uh-huh.
Land between, or actually, I'd like to land. I'd like to try and angle myself to land on this other side. Or is there space? Or
There's wait,
can I,
where
like,
are you trying to
on
land?
those rocks? There.
Okay, he's up. His elevation's a little bit higher than you right now. He's probably 3 feet in the air. Like, you're looking at his feet, like just at the bottom of his foot, if you wanted to land there.
Okay. All right. I mean, but there I could. I mean, well, I guess does that make a difference? I mean, I'm short. I usually look at people.
Well, you either look at his feet, but if you landed in the middle, then you're more looking at like their waist and knees and stuff like that, because they are fairly tall. Where are you trying to land? Where would you like to land?
Trying not to be in like the most danger by landing in between both of them, but if
Okay.
if like my attacks would be at disadvantage on the other side, then I wouldn't want to land there.
As you are running, so you're landing there, right?
Well,
Where do you want to land?
yeah, no, I'm just you know what? I'm going to land in between them.
Okay.
And just because, like, I was right in front of it, I would probably run right in between.
Okay. So as soon as you start to run, you have not landed yet. You just, as soon as he sees you move, and it says, "I choose you to die," "I'd hoped you chose that," and falls backwards and slices both the ropes as they both start to fall into the pit. And Mozu and Edgiak both lean back and just fall into the pit after them. You just hear the audible screams. As all three of the little gnomes have fallen into this chasm. Biz, you wouldn't have known about the third one, you didn't see it, but the other two you saw. As Edgiak and Mozu both just fall backwards into the pit as well. And you just hear an audible scream from, or audible shout, I should say, from Edgiak and Mozu. "We'll see you soon enough! This was a fun game. Let's play again sometime."
Okay, Biz is utterly stunned, so she's just going to get on her knees and just weep.
You all, the rest of the party kind of catches up, sees Miss standing there, Biz on the rocks up ahead. And actually, I would say at this time, everybody was kind of staying there watching this. Just everybody kind of witnessed everything happen. Because we were kind of out of combat at this point. You guys just heard shouting. So if you would have liked to, unless you chose to stay back, but if you would have liked to, you guys could have walked up and seen the scene that just transpired. You guys heard everything that was said. There was no whispers going on. I mean, it's a cave. Everything echoes. So you guys definitely heard everything that was said. Biz, as soon as she moved, Edgiak cut the ropes. And the two gnomes fell to their death. What are we doing? You guys see Biz just in tears, on her knees, sword at her side. Mist has a 1,000-yard stare going on right now. We don't need the map anymore. You guys don't need the map anymore, by the way. We're done with that.
I'm gonna go kneel beside Biz.
Okay.
Question.
Sure.
Mist heard Edgiak talking and what he would assume is draconic, right? Or something else that he's never heard.
When? Earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you heard him saying something in Draconic, but you don't understand the language.
Okay. His turns. Because he doesn't think anyone's going to go down a fucking pit right now.
Mm-hmm.
Starts walking. Stops. Looks at Mercer. I don't fucking know how. I really fucking don't know how. That asshole was speaking Draconic. I fucking know you understand that shit. I
Those are
don't.
Dragonborn? It's their prime language.
Yeah, Dragonborns, that's their native tongue.
Well, I mean, Mist has never really come across Dragonborn. Probably. But he's dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, you may have seen a Dragonborn here or there. And it's just kind of common knowledge. You would have known that. You would have known that Dragonborn speak Draconic. That's kind of common knowledge.
You?
But we don't know that.
Mercer has like said he's like heard people and spoken it. Unless I'm completely wrong, he heard.
So you know I speak Draconic, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You guys all know that Mercer speaks Draconic.
I was gonna make sure because
But we
I
don't know that it's because he's Draconic.
No, yeah, I just
Dragonborn.
like I'm just making
Right.
sure like Mystic knows like, hey, I know you know this fucking language.
Right. Yes, you know that Mercer knows Draconic.
I don't know fucking how. But you fucking said something. He said something. And that little fucking girl who was fine as right as rain got yanked up. So you know what? I'll take my penance. But you fucked it up again. And Mist is just gonna body check him and walk his ass out.
I'm not just letting him body check me.
Okay, well then what do you do?
Well, I'm just gonna move out of the way if he's trying to do it.
So Mercer
And as
just steps past.
Mist walks by,
Uh-huh.
he's just gonna scoff.
Okay.
Can't fucking commit to one goddamn thing, can you?
This wasn't the fucking plan because you walked away. And that little girl, he was threatening her beforehand, saying, if you don't tell me, things are going to get ugly, which means he was probably either going to torture her or fucking kill her. So that's why I did what I did.
Excuse for you to do what you do, huh? And it always leads to something happening for the four of us to deal with. I'm fucking done right now.
It
If
was
you need-
your
you
decision
know-
to fucking walk away.
You're
Your
reading
decision.
intelligence, you dumb asshole. He stops and looks at him. All that fucking wisdom, you think with the wrong goddamn head.
Because nothing's ever your fault. You make the choice to leave us. We have to go from it. If
I
that
make the choice to get intelligence because me and Carrick are the only ones that actually fucking think. Again, all that wisdom. Infinite power at your fingertips. Itty bitty living space. And then she just turns right back around and fucking walks off. You want to do something about it? Meet me outside the cave. If not, stand here.
Mist starts to leave, and what is Carrick? What are you doing? You've been quiet.
Staring at the pit.
Just staring at the pit. Okay. Biz, Aaron.
Yeah. Unless something happens, I know Erin's up next to me.
Yeah, you can see her.
Okay.
She's like knelt down next to you.
We didn't save anyone today, did we?
You saved Mary.
For now.
Erin's just gonna put her hand on Biz's back and just sit there with her.
Okay. About how long would you wish to kind of wait here? Just out of curiosity.
It'll probably be a minute before I like compose myself, but
I'd assume you'd be here for at least 5 minutes, kind of just doing your thing.
yeah, and then I'll tell after kind of a long sort of awkward sitting time. I'll tell Erin. Well, it was so important for them to have whatever this is, so I will stay here and make sure that this is not a problem. If you all would like to stay with me, you're more than welcome. If you would like to go help the town, you're more than welcome. But this is where I'm going to be. And I'm assuming that's a wall behind me.
Correct.
yeah, I'm just going to kind of scoot back away from the edge and cross my legs and put my sword at my side, flames still on,
Mhm.
and I'm just kind of staring out into, like, just then, like, dejected and empty.
Okay. What are you doing then, Aaron?
I'm sitting with her.
Carrick, Mercer?
I'm not leaving Biz.
Carrick?
Carrick just stares at the pit, fighting the impulse to jump in after Mozu.
Okay.
And, after a very long beat, he'll probably sit down with the rest of them.
Okay. As you guys wait here for who knows how long, about 10 minutes go by, maybe 15, and you hear as you audibly hear somebody coming down the ladder. A few
Going
moments
down the ladder.
coming down the ladder that led into this cavern, into this area you're in. Remember, you came down the ladder.
Oh.
Yep, you hear
I
somebody
see.
coming down
I
the
was
ladder.
like,
And a few moments later, you start to hear that gravel kind of walking on rock sound as from around one of the boulders, you now see Biz, you look up to see your brother Lornium there, who was working probably somewhere else in the mine, and he says, I heard it was you. I heard you were here, sister. I'm so glad you're alive. I'm so glad. I'm so happy. And he starts to like walk over around the edge of the pit, but he just looks distraught. He like gets about 10 feet from you and just says, have you seen anyone else down here? Any gnomes?
we did. Yeah.
Where are they?
We ran to go chase the Dragonborn,
Yes?
and we came across a few people and we told them to flee. And there was a little girl and we told her to flee.
Yes, that's how I heard about it. I heard people shouting and running.
And then there were 3 captives.
Where are they?
And we lost them.
He drops to
And
his
they're gone.
knees. He drops to his knees and just yells, it can't be true. He's just totally distraught right now. Says, I can't believe it.
And I'm just assuming that it's my siblings. Like it's my.
Says, Absiam and father are dead. And that's where we'll end tonight's session. What a roller coaster of a ride that just was. Whew. With that, we are going to end the stream. Appreciate everybody who has been watching and following. We'll see you guys next Friday. Everybody say bye.
Bye.
Bye.